150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everyday.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you can achieve 90% clear skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Save big when you shop at Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth during our hail sale. Take advantage of additional discounts on the Ford F-150, Explorer, Edge, and Escape. Now is the time to purchase your next vehicle with Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth. Our knowledgeable and friendly sales staff is ready to assist you in your car buying journey. Find the Ford you've always wanted at a discounted price for a limited time. Shop all our inventory and savings now at WoodhouseFordSouth.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. That's another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. John's here.
Hello.
Hi, John. What's up?
Well, let's see. What is up?
A
lot of things happened over the weekend.
Kevin Warren
kept, pocketed a little turd in his desk for old Tony to find. He opened his, let's see. This is a nice, Kevin had a nice desk here. Ooh, let's see what's in the drawer. Maybe what do they call it in the Resolute desk at the White House? There's always the little note that the previous president leaves for him.
Yeah.
Opens the desk drawer, and instead of a nice little note from Kevin Warren, it's a heaping pile of feces.
Or he pops it open, and it's a little, it's a small turd inside of a box.
Inside of a box that says, "Good luck with the TV networks."
The house that we rented in we did not leave a turd, but this is not where this is going.
That's good.
This is not where this is
going.
Yeah. So the house that we rented in college, we left a bottle of alcohol in one of the closets, and then we informed we didn't know the next owners of the house or the next renters of the house. And we informed them where they could get in contact with us if they wanted to thank us or something like that. So when you find this, just let us know and then drink it. And they did, and they really enjoyed it. You never know when you're doing those things. Is the person who is getting this present, are they actually going to get the joke or not? And they did, and we really appreciated that.
Weren't you afraid though that the owners of the house, when they went through it, would find it and then take it for themselves?
We had a sneaking suspicion that they might not go through it that much, and we were right.
Where was the house?
It was at this particular one was at about 30th and Holdridge. There's an elementary school over there called Clinton Elementary School, directly next to that.
So you were closer to East Campus.
I was. We were in that house. Yeah, we were closer to East Campus.
Okay. Because I was in 2 different houses, but they were closer to City Campus. And I had no idea.
Were you a Bottoms guy?
The last one, yes. The first one, we were out on basically 27th and R, and I didn't realize that
27th and R,
that's where the Pirates live.
That was
funny, Nick.
That wasn't the greatest neighborhood in the world.
No, they never are.
And yet, I being ignorant of it,
didn't matter.
I walked to campus all the time and usually walked home at night.
Yeah, I was super oblivious to the fact that it was crime town when I was
I was
college,
too.
For sure.
I was too.
Yeah, we were. I had another one at 25th and Y, and that wasn't the best area either. But you're sometimes you sometimes have other college houses around you, so you're okay, we kind of got what's going on here, but you weren't exactly up to the idea of oh, there might be some stuff going on around us.
Yeah.
You didn't really care about that.
No, the one in the bottoms.
Lock the doors.
The one in the bottoms is great. That was a great house. And it was
Back
so
in the
much
bottoms,
closer.
in the bottoms heyday.
Oh yeah, in the bottoms heyday, absolutely. My parents, even long after I had moved out and graduated from college, struck up a relationship with the people who owned the house.
Really?
And continued parking there for games.
Nice.
For
that's
several
a
years
relationship.
afterwards.
Yeah, that's a good relationship.
Several years afterwards. And it turned out, it was a good house. It's a good house. And it's, you were right there. And, even if I wasn't at the games, you could feel the atmosphere from the stadium. There were a few times. In fact, the Damon Benning game, when he had his career game against Pacific, I was out washing the car in the driveway, listening on the radio because it wasn't on television.
Radio, Nick.
Listening to Damon's career game against Pacific while I was washing the car.
Still AM radio.
Still AM radio.
It is. It was still AM radio at that time. And it still is today. And my car had AM radio, unlike some cars today don't have AM radio.
Yeah, it straight up wasn't on TV.
Yeah. Yeah, that was back when maybe you got 4 or 5 games a year on TV.
Yeah,
if you were lucky.
Those were really funny times because even my time growing up trying to watch Nebraska football, there was still probably a handful of them every year that were pay-per-view. And I didn't get into it until later. Like I was not, so I was born in 92. But I didn't start probably watching Husker football until after 2000, probably. Because that was, I went to my first game probably right around that time.
That makes sense.
And so it was right around that time that they would have those pay-per-view games, and they were still, mostly on pay-per-view during that time, except for the big games of the year. That was always such a weird thing.
Oh,
we got to pay $50.
And the Big 12 just loved putting Nebraska on pay-per-view because they knew the Nebraska fans would buy it.
Yeah.
You couldn't put Iowa State, Kansas on pay-per-view because they wouldn't get any buy rates.
Nobody would buy it.
But, Nebraska, Baylor, sure. Nebraska, Kansas State, no problem. We'll put those on pay-per-view.
It's hard to imagine them not being on TV. It's like, what if you turned on the TV and you're like, actually, it's cost an extra $50 to watch Nebraska this weekend. Maybe that was part of the turd that Kevin Warren left.
The best part was the game that did in Steve Peterson, the Oklahoma State game, was on pay-per-view. And, of course, that was just a horrible game.
Yep, 07.
I wonder if there were some cable systems that gave refunds on that one. I mean, it was 38-0 at halftime.
They do like a special is like, yeah, we know Nebraska stinks. You can have your money back.
That's where the Mattress Mac dude should fill in.
Yeah.
And say, hey, you know what? I guarantee Nebraska's not going to stink the bed up today. So if they're not losing by 21 at halftime, your pay-per-view, if they're losing by 21 or more at halftime, your pay-per-view is free.
The sports books will do that sometimes. They'll just run a promo on it, or after the game when something ridiculous happens, like, yeah, we're just going to pay you out anyway. Don't worry about that one. Don't
worry.
And it's a great, and that's what sports books have done now to really get people to sort of come back. They offer really good odds, and then they say, oh yeah, well, if it's close, if it's gray area, we'll pay you out anyway.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
No, it was nice. It is nice, but
hashtag Team Bottoms, Dave says. Nice.
Oh yeah, Team Bottoms.
Also, Josh says, poll question, were you a Bottoms guy? I never lived in the Bottoms. I only had one friend who did. We went over there.
Well, now with all of the apartments and condos that are going up and student housing going up in downtown Lincoln, I wonder if the Bottoms rental rates are even better now because they've got serious competition.
Okay. Oh, here's a great. So how many people did you live with in that house?
Well,
several.
Well, that was another story all in and of itself. There was
too many.
4 of us.
Yeah.
Which soon became 5 because one of the people moved their girlfriend in with them.
Naturally, that'll happen.
That made for some interesting stories that we can talk about another time.
Great.
But
how much
technically it was 4.
How much money were you paying for 4 people in that per person? And
I want to say,
was it $100?
It was in that ballpark between 100 and 150. For some reason, 125 sounds Right. That we were splitting it 4 ways at $125.
I wasn't even in college that long ago, and I was only paying like slightly over $200 a month for rent.
Wow.
Now kids are paying like $1,000 a month for studio apartments. And Nick can attest to this.
It's cheaper to get a 1-bedroom than a studio in the city.
Really weird.
That is super weird.
And so all the, the city, the suite style housing and all the new stuff that was popping up, that was popping up right around the time that I was in college. And I remember like looking into those places. I mean, you really had to go for it if you wanted to. It would cost you $500 more per month to live in a place like that.
When I was at Iowa Western, I just stayed in the suites there. It was a little extra up front, but then you were just paid for the year and you had a dorm.
Right.
But you had to get a food plan, and that's kind of where they...
the food plan.
The food plan.
The dorms, they always get you that way.
Oh, yeah.
The dorms, like if you actually did the math on the dorms and how much it costs, it's out of control. For like the little box that you have to live in.
Yeah. Well, I never looked into it.
That's why I never lived on campus. Ever.
But I did pay I paid extra for the suites just so I could have my own space.
I did once, and it was a great experience. I don't regret it, but I at the same time I have to pay for it later.
My first year was kind of bad. Second year wasn't. It was weird. So there were 2 suites at Iowa Western. There was one, let's say, on the right side and one on the left side. The one on the right side was older. And for whatever reason, they both cost the same. But there was a higher concentration of people who like to cause problems in the older one than it was in the newer one. And I don't understand why. So my first year, I lived in that one. Then my second year, lived in the other one.
Oh, you became a good guy.
Yeah.
After that.
It was wild.
Did you clean up your act a little bit?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Started doing crimes. Stopped doing crimes.
Stopped doing crimes.
Yeah, you moved out of the bad house and then stopped doing crimes.
It was just weird. I don't understand why that was. It was just 2 completely different cultures, but it was the same. They were like 500 feet away from each other.
I don't know. I can't explain that. So that was at Iowa Western?
Yeah, it was at Iowa Western. Like, it wasn't like bad. It was just people were more rude in one than the other.
So I went to a junior college at first in Creston, Iowa, called Southwestern Community College. Played baseball, and the dorms that they put us, and I was late getting in. Like I wasn't sure what I was going to do until really late.
Right.
So all the rest of my teammates, they had got in the suite style, brand new on-campus dorms that they had built, like fresh, brand new. Ooh, they were barely done yet.
That's nice.
And so I was late, so I didn't get in to those. Those were all full, but they had a couple left in like the old, and it was like, it looked like a house with just a lot of rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I was in the basement of that, down half of a floor, Oh, it was so bad. So I would never spend any time there, and I would go hang out with the other kids in the
so you felt like you were, basically being relegated to
yes.
The boiler room.
You got Harry Pottered.
Yeah, I that had probably an impact on. So I left that semester. Like I was like, I'm done here. I don't need to be here anymore. I probably had an impact. Where you live is a pretty big deal. Turns out.
Well, you got some gas mowing done last week.
Yeah, I didn't do any gas mowing this week.
I got the gas mowing done yesterday.
So I didn't really have much time. And you know what's funny? The grass didn't grow all that much this weekend. So maybe I don't need to do it today.
You're already thinking of doing it again?
Well, I did it. What was it? Wednesday or Thursday?
I thought it was Thursday. It was it was a Thursday. We were at the ballpark. The first day at the ballpark. I
will probably go once every 4 or 5 days.
Wow, I'm once a week.
It's like 1.5 a week. It's like 1.5 a week.
Oh, I thought of you guys this weekend. I went to Ames to hang out with some friends. We were driving around the city. There was a house that had grass that went up to my thighs.
No.
I just saw it from the car. We passed by it, but it looked like it would go up to my thighs. I've never seen grass that tall.
I gotta get a gas mower. Did you see Baz's picture of the gas mowing that he was doing?
No, I did not see Baz's picture.
Look at this, John. He sent this to me today.
Oh, look at that.
He's got a gas mower with a matching gas trimmer, and then the gas canister is out, and he's got a big floppy hat on.
That's almost like a sombrero. Like a straw sombrero.
Yeah,
That is one giant brim.
That would be too much for the College World Series, but that's basically what we're going to look like.
That's a quality setup. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the gas trimmer. I have the electric trimmer.
I do too.
Oh,
yeah, lib trimmer.
Yeah, it's a lib trimmer.
The lib trim.
It's not nearly as good as a gas trimmer would be.
That's what I have the same thing. I want it so they sell
My dad loves his lib trimmer.
They sell the lib versions of like the edger trimmer things.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to get just an edger.
I do too.
And
because now it used to drive me crazy when I was, a kid and driving riding my bike around, and your tire would, be bopping on the sidewalk, and your tire would end up in that little trench that they would use. I want a trench.
Yeah.
Because it keeps the grass off the edge of the sidewalk, and that helps prevent diseases.
Oh, I didn't even know that it helps prevent disease. I just like the way it looks.
And I do too. I just don't want it hanging over the edge.
Yeah,
but the trade-off is taking out kids' bicycle tires.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
I
kids
don't care
don't
about
even
them anymore.
Kids don't even ride bicycles.
They don't even ride bikes anymore, Nick.
I saw a kid
ride
they're
bikes
all
all
just
the
playing
time.
their stupid video games.
Yeah, yesterday, I almost did a double take. I'm out there gas mowing, and a kid riding his bike up the sidewalk in front of my house.
You said, wow.
I almost wanted to stop him and shake his hand and say, "Congratulations, young fella.
I want to shake your hand.
You're out getting exercise. You're not buried in your house playing your video games."
Oh,
kids
what a
still
sight.
do things.
Nah, I don't think so, Nick.
My
You got
10-year-old
it all
brother,
wrong.
he balances video games. He also likes to go for walks and runs.
Walks and runs.
Walks and runs.
Does
Walks
he get
and
into
runs.
any shenanigans?
No, he's a good kid.
But you want the kids to get into shenanigans. Like you want them to go do something else for 3 hours, maybe get into some trouble. That's
Go
okay.
out to the empty field and flush out the groundhogs.
I love the field.
Well, they live in town now. There's not a whole lot of groundhogs and empty fields there.
Well, I mean, we had a big old field behind our grade school.
Yeah,
People would all the time try to flush out groundhogs.
There's a nearby field. It's the FFA test plot, though. I don't know if they want to mess.
Probably not. So
FFA test plot. What are they growing FFA members there?
We had a field behind our house when I was growing up, and so basically it turned into a situation where us and the neighbors that I had around that I actually hung out with, we sort of created a clan, and then there was the down the street kids. So we would build forts in the.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we'd build forts in the field, and then the kids from down the street would come and wreck them.
Yep.
And then it got to the point we were shaving up. We were creating spears. We weren't gonna kill anybody. We weren't gonna stab anybody. But there was a kid, one of my neighbors. He was making. He's listened to the show before. He may be listening right now. But he would take out his pocket knife and start making spears.
And so whittle down, twigs or sticks off of trees.
It became
and sharpen the edge.
Yeah, and so we would have these really thought out, basically clubs in the clubhouses.
Stickball.
Did you ever go down the street and get their fort?
Yeah. Yes, we did. Yeah, we went down, and we would go as a team and we'd have a plan and all that stuff. But that's what I'm talking about. It was nonsense.
No,
what happened in the forest.
We did a lot of airsoft wars when my mom lived in town, but growing up most of my life, we lived in the middle of nowhere, and both my parents had these massive groves behind their house. So we would also spend a bunch of time in the forest making forts. Eating berries.
That's the best place to be.
Why is Schaefer commenting in the chat and commenting on Twitter, and even though he's not here right now? Where's Mike Schaefer?
You want me to? I mean, I see he's in the green room.
He is.
Is he good to be?
In.
Is he good to be popped in?
He's making fun of my takes.
There he is.
He says that's an all-time old man take. Kids don't ride bikes anymore. Schaefer, have you seen a kid ride a bike lately?
All the time in the neighborhood.
Well,
kids
you must
bikes.
have the one. That must be your token kid who rides a bike. I found mine yesterday.
Okay. No, they're all throughout South Lincoln. That's, not in the old neighborhood, but in glorious South Lincoln, lots of bike riding. And I'm right by trails, so I see it a lot.
So
I see a lot of young families out there riding their bikes. The neighbor boys next to me, there's 3 of them. They're riding their bikes. Yeah. This is just an erroneous John Bishop thing.
No,
he wants to go shake someone's hand because they're riding a bike.
In my
pretty funny.
neighborhood, it must be rare. Apparently all the families with the bike riders live in your neighborhood. They don't live in mine.
If I wasn't worried about some Curb Your Enthusiasm style storyline where I'd end up as a registered sex offender, I'd take some videos of these kids riding their bike around the neighborhood. But I don't want that. I don't need that in my life. So we're just going to have to assume that I'm correct on this.
I didn't realize you were living in Tour de France Grove there in South Lincoln.
I mean,
also, now it's too much bike riding.
It's so colorful. All these.
It's great that he's got bike riders. We don't have that many.
I'm doing the poll question right now at Happer Show. Are kids riding bikes anymore?
It's like bikes.
Yes.
I don't know. We'll see.
Kids, kids are still getting that's still a major birthday gift for a kid that's like 5 or 6 years old.
My brother told me the other day he needs a new bike.
Doesn't have a kid yet, and he knows.
Yeah,
this
you don't know
stuff.
what kids are
Well,
doing.
I have nephews.
Well, you have nephews. What have you?
I have a niece.
Like bike for them.
My nephew just rode like 4.4 miles the other day. He's 6 years old, or he's going to be 6 in June. Like, kids are still riding bikes.
Oh, the kid has Strava.
He's like obsessed with numbers, and he tells everybody how far he rides his bike now.
So he does have Strava. Nick was right.
What is Strava?
It's like the bike riding app where you track your rides and stuff.
You can do rides, runs. It just kind of tracks.
I actually had on my 10-speed a speedometer.
Oh yeah, yes. You were really cool when you had the speedometer.
Oh yeah, and it was always a big deal when you'd clear 30 miles an hour.
30, because you go faster than cars.
Yeah, you felt you were invincible.
Can we figure out so my parents always bought us mountain bikes. And we live in Nebraska, and I never quite understood why I needed a mountain bike. Like, what am I getting out of this?
Do they even sell non-mountain bikes?
Well, what's the alternative?
They have street bikes.
Road bikes.
Road bikes, street bikes.
Road bikes is like for riding longer. They're bigger too, like bigger tires or riding longer. Like, do they have kids road bikes?
Well, I think they make bikes that have like the thinner tires, because if you're just doing trails and such, you don't really need you're not really off-roading anywhere in your bike when you're riding trails.
But they also out in the field, out in the forest.
They also got like mongooses and stuff. Those are just normal.
Oh yeah, dude!
Bikes.
I had
a hell of a mongoose.
I had a BMX bike with the.
Oh
peg.
wow!
Yeah, you need the pegs.
Oh yeah. So I think that was one of them at a long period of time, and then the other one that I had for a long period of time was a mountain bike.
I don't know what it was, but my favorite bike, it was just one that we had picked up at like a consignment shop or something. It was black gold. I think it was like 20 years old, and whoever had it before me put like the trucker silhouette lady on it. So I'm just riding around town as like a 11-year-old.
What do you mean the trucker silhouette lady?
Like, the Happer, you know what this is.
Yeah,
the mud flap woman.
Yeah, the mud flap woman.
Oh,
somebody had gotten that sticker and put that on the bike, but it was a good bike. Kinda.
They bought that sticker out of one of those vending machines at a grocery store for $1 in 2002, and then it ends up on Groom's bike.
Yeah, I guess I've seen this. I didn't. I haven't used this before.
I took that bike all over town.
What, you don't have those on the back of your Hyundai?
No, I don't. I'm like you, John. I'm not a bumper sticker guy.
Well, but these are actually the really fancy ones. The truckers get the chromed out ones, and then they affix them to the mud flaps.
Oh, like the Jesus fish.
Yeah,
because they have those too that actually attach to your car. It's like the.
But these are like affixed to the mud flaps.
Yeah, if we found a car magnet, one of those, like Happer, would you be willing to drive around with that on your car? Just a magnet.
I would do. I remember thinking the cool ones were the bullet holes.
Oh,
they're the stickers that look like bullet holes.
I had those on my Pathfinder.
Cool.
In high school. I had those. I also had the ones that look like.
You know what? Get on the phone.
Cracked.
Josh is probably holding a murder cult meeting today. He'll put some in there for you.
Just go to Crime Time and drive around for a little bit.
If you saw my car is very clean. It doesn't have anything on it. If I had just one bullet hole sticker on
really
there,
funny.
Would that be a pretty good bit? All right.
I always appreciate the people. I appreciate the people with the 0.0s, letting us know that they also aren't running. I always do appreciate that.
Yep. I do too.
And the people that go overboard, I saw a car on the interstate yesterday. They had 40 of them just on the bottom of their Subaru. They were over.
Was it Weird Al Yankovic on his way to the biggest ball of twine in Minnesota?
Amazing.
It could be.
So Schaefer, I was glad to see that you're part of the gas mowing. You're part of the gas mowing crew.
Yeah, I got a Toro. So when I moved into this house that I got to use for about 25 minutes before it went down in its second year, and it has to be fixed. I went with a gas snowblower that was a Toro to match the gas lawnmower that I have. That's a Toro. So, but I do have a battery trimmer and a battery blower, and those things are great. Like just pulling that thing off, chucking it in there. It's so easy. You don't have to mess with the oil gas mixture.
Yeah,
like I hated that when I had to do it with my parents at their house. It's just,
yeah,
this is way easier.
This is the one area where you libs got it right. The electric trimmer and blower, which mine is the same, so I can interchange the batteries or either one. But I had a gas powered trimmer, but the problem was, I accidentally left too much of the fuel in one year, and the alcohol in the fuel ate the lines, and I never could get the thing to start again. So you have to
like distill down the gas?
You got to drain it.
Yeah, you got to drain it.
Oh,
because the little plastic lines, the fuel line, the alcohol ate away at it. Well, by the time I found out what the problem was and I fixed it, could never get the thing to restart again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm good with the electric one then.
So
the lib trimmer.
Yeah, the lib trimmer.
The lib trimmer is fine, but you got to have a gas.
And you use the same battery as the blower and my drill, my electric drill.
Yeah.
No, they're great.
Very convenient.
Some of those mowers, you can use the same battery for the mower too. Mower, drill.
You mean vacuum?
Somebody said today that they have and I think I had heard of this before, the one that's basically a Roomba lawnmower.
Yes.
So that's just
out of it.
It just like goes over your lawn and mows your lawn like all the time.
Yeah.
Is that the?
I had a neighbor like 3 houses down. I was walking a dog one day, and all of a sudden I'm seeing this little Roomba running around the yard, and he's out there watching.
Was Wrigley cool with that?
It's super weird because you just stand there and you watch it for a while, even though you know what it's gonna do, but you're still kind of confused by the whole thing, and you just sit there and you just watch it.
Does it make good lines?
I mean, this one he had it down on the little strip between the sidewalk and the street, and it was following the path and everything, but it didn't look like it was cutting anything.
Oh, well, that's a problem.
Yeah, I think it's got a pretty low amount that it actually takes off, so I think they have to run it every couple days to get any value out of it.
Yeah, the vacuum Roombas, like those things are just going all the time. You don't actually you just let it vacuum all the time.
They don't. I hope the wife's not listening right now. We've gone through so many vacuums.
I will say
that'll be her next one, is to get a Roomba.
I will say the idea of
if you have dogs, they're not that great. Slider and the Roomba.
See, and that's why
they love dog hair.
That's
they
the only
eat it.
Oh,
but my mom's got a Roomba and it's just full of dog hair constantly.
Yeah,
gross.
Yeah,
I will say the idea of having my lawn mowed constantly is relatively attractive. But I still want to mow the lawn, which is why I wouldn't want the Roomba. But to have that cleaned up every day, it's almost like getting a beard trim every day. You feel when you get a beard trim, you get a beard trim every day when you have the Roomba lawnmower.
I'd just be afraid I'd forget about it, and then I'd be out there walking the yard or something, and the damn thing would run over me.
But I think you could.
they're obviously not that big. I think you can take your lawnmower Roomba.
I don't think you get your foot chopped off.
I'd be scared. I'd be just, what the hell's that?
Does it suck in the grass like a normal or like a Roomba does, where you have to?
I don't think so. I don't think
it.
If it did,
it's just a mulching thing.
Yeah, it'd have to be a mulching thing because there's no way.
I wonder how it would handle rocks and sticks and stuff. You'd have to go out anyway and make sure.
See, that's the other problem is
that's why I like gas mowers. They just chop it all up.
With as much crap as Wrigley drags into the yard, her bones, her toys. I mean, that little mowing Roomba would die on something that she left out there.
You can get a Husqvarna one for $700 on Amazon Prime.
Wow.
You could buy a good gas mower for that and have money left over for a trimmer and a blower.
Yeah.
And maybe even have money for gas for the whole season.
Yeah, this Husqvarna one looks pretty good though.
Does something as masculine sounding as Husqvarna Should that be like a Roomba vacuum cleaner manufacturer? Doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound like it fits.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for. Like, here, this is the manliest automatic vacuum mower we have. Vacuum mower we have.
Wow,
this is a man's vacuum robot.
Exactly. It's Husqvarna.
It's not your wife's Roomba. It's a man's Husqvarna.
Joel sent us a pretty good screenshot here from Family Guy of visual of John wanting to shake kids' hands for riding bikes.
Hey, now that is not me.
Well, I don't know.
I just said I wanted. I just said I was tempted to for a moment.
Go shake his hand.
It was almost shocking.
Shocking.
Schaefer, what have you done since we talked last 3 hours ago?
Oh, I wrote a couple things that'll run while I'm working, doing Josh's job because he couldn't even get to the College World Series without taking unnecessary time off, apparently. So, you know, there's a little bit of that. I ate some lunch. Lunch was pretty solid. Watched an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm while I worked. I mean, it was a pretty good couple hour stretch in there.
That's not a bad stretch.
Yeah.
What was for lunch?
Yeah. What was for lunch?
What was for lunch? Yeah.
So Costco has these like little individual pizzas, like they're little circular ones. And they have like 6 pepperoni and 6 cheese. And I don't really like cheese pizza, or as Happer would call it, regular. Which is a conversation for another time. So I'll take just some pepperoni that slices and throw that on there. So it just makes it a pepperoni pizza. That's what it was. Nothing special.
That's the right thing to do, by the way.
A slice of regular. Just disgusting to imagine someone ordering that.
That's what would happen if you went to the $2 stands in New York, say, just, regular cheese.
I've been there. I can't recall anyone ever saying that, but it's not like I was standing there listening real closely as people were ordering.
Didn't I ask my dad, who is a New Yorker and a more staunch New York pizza guy than me, about what he would call that, and he said, I don't know, regular.
Yeah, no,
that's basically where I'm taking my answer from. I take all my pizza takes from him.
Oh,
all right. He's the true New Yorker. I'm just some New Yorker.
In all the times I've been in New York, I've never ordered a slice of cheese pizza.
Why not?
Because it's got to have stuff on it.
What do you
I feel like a pepperoni should be the regular.
Pepperoni's fine too. Like pepperoni or just like a one-topping pizza. It's
sausage and pepperoni.
Sausage is great.
Sausage and pepperoni. That's my jam.
Well, people in Nebraska like to put hamburger on their pizza.
Yeah.
No, it's a waste.
Hamburger pizza's not bad.
That's a waste.
Rather have sausage every time.
It's all about sausage. Well, Hap, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Happy to join. Happy to see Mike Schaefer yet again.
He's alive and well.
There's kind of a sigh as you said that, as if it was sort of like resignation, like you're actually don't want to see me again.
No. I'd love to see you again. I just, thinking about the whole day, and my day on air is over. I was thinking if I had anything else to say, and I don't. So I'm all out of takes.
You're all out of takes?
Yep.
The take tank is empty.
Right at the perfect time. The take tank is empty.
Well, then you need to go get charged up.
Yep.
Go hang yourself up on the charger.
I'll gas up.
Gas takes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
See you, John.
Mike Schaefer in, as he mentioned, for Josh, who's probably out fast jogging somewhere. And we have a busy program coming up next right here on 1620 The Zone, so stay right there.
The Connor Happer Show.
I feel the need to stand up for bunting. I feel as if it has been crusaded against. I feel as if there is a war on bunting, Josh. They hate bunting. They hate giving up outs. Nerds. It was started by that line in Moneyball where Billy Bean says, never bunt. You're giving up an out. And I'm here to tell you it's still good for something. So once again, Connor Happer here for bunting.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Abundantly sunny skies and a little bit of haze here for your Monday afternoon, though temperatures feeling nice back into the lower 80s in Omaha. Winds will remain light out of the south-southeast up to 10 miles an hour, which could provide a bit of mixing closer to the surface and improve air quality. Clear skies continue tonight with overnight lows back into the mid and upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is every day.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away,
Connecting to remote operating room.
giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network. With gig speeds everywhere, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Today on the program, Mike Schaefer is in. We've got Jack Mitchell, who's being subtweeted as we speak, and Mitch Sherman, plus a recap of the entire exciting, thrilling, extended weekend.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And I literally just made up a word there. I don't even know what
I didn't know what that was.
I didn't even know what I was saying. But it's that kind of day. It's a Monday. Hello, Shafe.
Hello.
How was your weekend?
It was busy. Jam-packed weekend. Spent a big chunk of it in Columbus. Then spent another chunk of it at the Lincoln Zoo for a first birthday party for one of the aforementioned nephews. Did not mow. Had planned on mowing yesterday. I'm like Happer. I think I'm like 1.5 out of 7 days. It's probably going to happen at least half the month where I will mow twice, but it wasn't high enough. I'll either mow after the show or I'll mow tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I try not to go more than once a week.
So if I only go once a week and it's growing fast, my garbage can for the clippings can't contain everything, and I don't have the secondary one, and I hate trying to put the stupid bag in the brown like leaf and
the
grass
leaf bag?
collection bag and having to fight that thing. So I just try to avoid it. So
You don't have the
some of
funnel
it is I
thing?
like to just if I can mulch twice a week, I think it's worth it. But I don't always have the time to get that done either.
That's true. Well, this is the time if you're going to do it because I was admiring the lawn yesterday, and I'm going, it was looking pretty rough a month or so ago before I went to town on it, and now it's going to look pretty good until about the first week of June, and then it's going to just start going to hell because
soak it all in.
We could use, I know, especially right now with the Big Ten tournament right around the corner. No one wants these words, but we could really use some rain and some storms.
Well, they added days to the Big Ten tournament so they could account for the rain.
I was looking at it and I kept trying to figure out how Nebraska is playing on Wednesday relative to everyone else playing Tuesday. And, it's kind of strange, but schedule making being what it is.
We'll have more on that coming up because I did a little math today, which is always a dangerous thing. But we'll have a little math on that because Nebraska did get stuck in the oddball game for the Jim Delaney Jamboree of Baseball that begins tomorrow at Charles Schwab Field. The Grum Down brought to you by the now former roofery. John Higgins is now going to be a director of officials, but he's going to be retiring from the in-game officiating.
Oh,
so congratulations to John Higgins.
It's a long career.
Yes, very long career. More on that coming up. But the Grum Down today, making a mockery of the conference finals. I'm glad I didn't see any of last night's game because it sounded like it was a giant waste of time.
I think I turned it on when it was 93-65 and had it on as like a background thing.
Because you just wanted to see Boston suffer for the last 10 minutes?
No, there's time where I know like I'm just going to be screwing around on my phone anyways, and I don't have anything else that I want to watch. Like just throw it on because you never know. Like there could be like a cool dunk or a random sequence that's interesting. And so I was thinking about this last night. Like what sport are you most likely to still kind of want to pay some attention to when it's a blowout? Like when it's really bad for baseball, you're just going to leave. When it's really bad for football, I don't know. It depends on which side it is. But with basketball, you never know. Like there could just be a player that's randomly just going to go for 50 points in this blowout one way or the other. There could be like a 6 sequence of events and you see a dunk you've never seen before. It's just sort of it's weirdly one of the few sports where the blowout doesn't necessarily mean that like you're just going to completely not pay attention to it.
Well, and it's basketball too, where all it takes is for one team to get on a little bit of a run.
That is true.
And all of a sudden you got a 25-point game that's down to like 12. And especially
and then you're kind of like talking yourself through the scenarios. Yeah,
exactly. Whereas, it takes a bit in baseball, to come back from 7 runs down or
especially when you're Cleveland and you can't score 7 runs across 7 games. Like that's different.
Oh, yeah. I know that feeling too. Ooh, more on that to come. We found out that over the weekend that Plan B is Plan Bellevue West. More on the Daniel Kalin commitment. At least we know the Big Ten still hates night games.
I like night games.
Or at least some of the Big Ten still hates night games. We do have a stick and ball report. Which, of course, means softball and baseball.
Baseball.
The man who stole the show at the PGA tournament. I regret missing this yesterday. I was too busy gas mowing.
Golf.
Missed it all. Jack Mitchell, who's just coming off of a successful graduation party that he had on Saturday for Johnny.
Congrats, Johnny.
He hasn't even graduated yet.
Congrats on the party, Johnny.
They're taking fine. He had the party before he was graduated. The finals are this week.
Was the party for Jack or was the party for Johnny? Like that was the question. I wasn't able to go. I wanted to be there, but partly because I was curious if the party was for Jack or for Johnny.
Well, you know what? You can take that up with him. There was plenty of things in there that would indicate it was for his son, but it's Jack. He likes to do things for himself. And it was the day after his beloved alma mater won the state baseball championship.
I know. That was the first thing I heard on his radio show when I made an appearance this morning.
Oh, yeah. Mitch Sherman will be along with the Athletic and more anonymous coaches speaking out of turn.
Oh.
But this one's on recruiting. So we'll have all of that and more today here
on the Grum. 402-951-1620 is the number to get in touch with the program. You can also text, but, Josh is in charge of the text thing, so I don't even see it. But if Nick wants to bring it up, he can.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
But the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, I've got that in front of me. And I've got the Equitable Bank inbox where we take banking personal and we answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. And if you want, you can also comment on the YouTube page if you're watching along in the stream. And
you guys got to get a sponsor for the YouTube page. You've got sponsors for everything else.
I agree. We do. Well, we don't have a sponsor for the hotline, but Matt wants to know, the smart idea is to get a gas-powered vacuum cleaner. That thing hasn't let me down in 20 years. No, Matt, diesel.
Mower.
Vacuum. More torque. Really sucks the dirt up.
True.
Really sucks the dirt up. Oh, all of that and more today on the Grum. But when we come back, recap of the game threes. We could already have a team into the NBA Finals by the end of the night tonight. That's how bad these games have been. Or at least these series have been. The first couple of Lakers games were okay, but last night was peak bad NBA, at least for one team. That and more. Mike Schaefer joining us today. For Josh Peterson, I'm John. He's Nick. We're 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. We are so close to a 3-day holiday weekend, and if you have not called them to set up a tee time, what are you doing? 402-498-0220. Now, of course, they have the scramble going on Monday morning, but plenty of tee times in the afternoon, and then don't forget about Saturday and about Sunday. Maybe you're taking a 4-day week and you have Friday off, whatever it is, you can book your tee times today by calling them at 402-498-0220. And as the rest of the summer approaches, don't forget about the variety of other things that you can do there. I know that I have another bachelor party coming up in July, and I'm going out of town. If I was staying here, though, I know that I would be thinking about a round of golf for my friends and I at the golf course. You can do the same, work gatherings, whatever it is. They can handle incredibly large crowds. They show that every summer with Golf Flash. 402-498-0220. It is Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
A needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Save big when you shop at Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth during our hail sale. Take advantage of additional discounts on the Ford F-150, Explorer, Edge, and Escape. Now is the time to purchase your next vehicle with Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth. Our knowledgeable and friendly sales staff is ready to assist you in your car buying journey. Find the Ford you've always wanted at a discounted price for a limited time. Shop all our inventory and savings now at WoodhouseFordSouth.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit uet.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I'm embarrassed as a Celtic fan right now. Yeah, that was bad. That's bad, man. Beat down. Beat down at the beach. You're a Celtic fan? When did you become that? I say, if you're a Celtic fan, if you're a Celtic, I don't even think you mind losing, but that was humiliating.
We welcome you to Inside the NBA presented by Kia, though it feels a lot more like a Forensic Files episode after watching that. That was...
I got a question.
You got a question before we do the highlights?
Yeah, just one question. Wait, we're going to show the highlights of that thing? Since the Celtics quit, can we quit?
That's right.
Yep. That was the most entertaining part of the night, unless you're a Heat fan or a Boston hater, of which I know there are many. But if you just wanted to watch good basketball, you had to wait for the post-game show. That was Chuck, Kenny, Charles, and the boys. Mike Schaefer joining us. Here's my question. Is Jason Tatum going to show up at some point in this series? You know, after he had the big 51-point game and broke Steph's record and, you know, Boston came back from 3-2 down. Is he going to show up in this series? Because he has not shown up in this series.
Yeah, I guess what I find myself mostly fascinated by is that for almost all of my life, the conventional wisdom with the NBA is maybe there would be a first round upset, the 8 over the 1. Maybe you get somebody like the Grizzlies in 2011 and they can make a little bit of a run and it's kind of fun for a moment. But the Miami Heat are going to go from the play-in tournament. They're on the brink of being in the NBA Finals. And quite frankly, when you watch them play and who they've taken out, they took out Giannis and the Bucks, who arguably one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the league when they were on, you know, on their game. They have taken out the Knicks in a, you know, battle, a tough matchup there with Tom Thibodeau, and you have certainly plenty of history. And now they're taking on a Celtics team that, again, if not a top 5 team, like at least 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that equation, and you're up 3-0. And not only that, you are just like crushing the life out of the whiniest sports city in of America. And didn't the Bruins just get taken out after an epic legendary regulation? Like
first round after they had the best record.
There's like a 9-year-old Boston sports fan that is just sobbing uncontrollably because it's been 2 or 3 months since they had a marquee, incredible moment in their life, and they've had to witness some unfortunate, playoff failure. I'm sure they'll have to survive a whole year, maybe 2, without one of their 4 pro teams winning a title. Real tough time for the Boston folks.
128-102. Again, more just great team basketball from Miami. I mean, Jimmy Butler didn't even need to score 20. It was that convincing.
I know you weren't watching, but there was a moment in the fourth quarter, and when I say moment, it was like 11 minutes left because it was that big of a blowout, where the fans that were still there were chanting, "We want Haslam," because Udonis Haslam is still on this Miami Heat team. He's 40-some years old, and I was thinking about it. That guy's had like kind of an insane career. Like he was on those notable Florida teams, and now he spent all of this time with the Heat. Yeah. And this would be their like 5th title that he would have played for in this remarkable career. Like no one's confusing Udonis Haslam with like an NBA Hall of Famer, or he shouldn't be, more than likely. He's been a very good player, but he's not a Hall of Fame caliber guy. But his career is going to be kind of storybook when you think about it. Like he's going to be around for all these incredible things. And think of how many great players he's actually got to witness come through and be teammates with him in Miami. You have D Wade, obviously, but you have Chris Bosh, you have LeBron James, you have Shaquille O'Neal. Now you have Jimmy Butler. Like Udonis Haslam. Good for him.
He went through it, when Miami was supposed to win, and now they could be one of the most improbable NBA champions in recent memory. and he'll get a chance to wrap up his career in a similar sense. Now, and here's the scary thing. At this point, and I know it's easy to look at it with both series at 3-0, just based on the way the teams are playing, I want Nuggets and Heat because it'll give us the best series.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want it too because I don't think I want to see the Celtics play anymore, and I did not want to see the Lakers make it to where they did anyways. Nuggets Heat is interesting to me because I really do feel like the Heat could go win this title, and it just seems like this would be among the more improbable NBA championships that we've seen. I mean, maybe the Mavs in 2011 is comparable. Maybe the Pistons. Going back all the way to when they beat the Lakers and they weren't expected to. But, the NBA is just not where you get the out-of-nowhere Cinderella story.
No, you don't.
You get the teams you're supposed to get. Like, that's the experience with the NBA. And I'm not necessarily rooting for anyone. I would like to see Jokic get a title, to kind of shut up the idiots that were talking a little too loudly this spring about whether he deserves to be in the MVP conversation or not, as if that was a real question from anyone that's ever watched basketball, but somehow was for Kendrick Perkins. I think I'd like to see the Nuggets do it, but this Heat thing is more interesting than I ever could have imagined it being. When they played the freaking Bulls and they had to come back from 15 down, didn't they have to make a remarkable comeback in that game?
Yes.
Yeah. So you've got an all-world Jimmy Butler who probably never gets his due because he's a nutcase and he's forced his way off of multiple teams. But when he's on, he's as good as just about anybody in the planet. It's just it's compelling. Eric Spoelstra, who no one ever wants to give credit to, is going to, potentially have multiple teams in title games post LeBron. That's remarkable. It's just
you want remarkable, Shafe. I saw this stat last night, because Pat Riley is obviously in the front office. He's been with the Heat for quite a while now. He will make, presuming that Miami doesn't pull an all-time choke job and no one's ever come back from 0-3 in a conference finals. It would be his 19th appearance as either a player, a coach, or an executive in the history of the NBA Finals, which means he has played in, coached in, or been his team's top decision maker in 24.7% of all of the finals in NBA history. He will be in 1/4 of all of the NBA finals in history as either a player, a coach, or an executive. And this was the organization that went in. If there was ever a time, because I know NBA, it's superstars, it's about the big players. But if you like the concept of the better franchise, the better run team is winning, you're rooting for Miami. Because you mentioned it. Spoelstra, best coach in the game. Pat Riley, we just shot off the stat. They're playing great team basketball. This is the antithesis of what we have been led to believe. I'm saying led to believe because it's not like the teams that have won previous championships have been bums and they've only done it because they had LeBron or they've only done it because they had Steph. But if you really like the concept of, hey, the best franchise is playing the best, there's an argument to be made that that's what's happening here.
Well, here's what I love. This is a sport where you famously have the 76ers throw away multiple seasons to chase draft picks, and you have multiple indications of teams like the Mavericks and others that rather than even make the play-in playoffs, they would rather just get a slightly better draft pick. Then, I hate it. I hate the idea of not trying to win. So I love the fact that this is a Heat team that had almost, seemingly nothing that they were really playing for to get into this NBA playoffs. And now they're on the brink of being in the finals. I love that because if the playoffs are to mean something, then you want it to where your participants feel like they have an opportunity to play into a championship. And so if they wouldn't be the first 8 seed in the finals, right? I feel like in that weird shortened strike year.
Yeah. Who was it?
Didn't we get the Knicks in there one time?
We got the Knicks in. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but this would be your first in this era, I think it would be a pretty strong statement. And then just what a damning thing for the 76ers. Like, you threw away seasons to go for this process where you're going to accumulate the talent, and you have a Miami Heat team that was able to do it as a 40-some win team, and they put themselves further than the 76ers have ever dreamed since drafting Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid and all of those guys.
We'll find out tonight if Denver gets there first. Game 4 is tonight as they try to close out the Lakers. Speaking of closing things out, Lincoln East closed out a state championship. First time in almost a half century that the state Class A baseball title is leaving Omaha, has left Omaha, and it's now sitting on Jack Mitchell's front porch. And he's going to show us when we continue right after this. Schaefer in today for Josh. Jack Mitchell coming up next. Be back in a moment with more on that and the Jim Delaney Jamboree of Baseball and the great new format on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
As the world faces the challenges of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, Lions recognize that kindness matters now more than ever. And Lions and Leos are finding ways to continue to serve our communities, including ordering food delivery for healthcare workers, holding story time for children online, and providing surgical masks to medical professionals and first responders. Empowering us to do more, Lions Clubs International Foundation has provided nearly $2.5 million in grant funding for COVID-19 relief. And that support continues to grow. For more than 100 years, in times of need, Lions always find a way to help those around them. And after we emerge from this, we will be stronger than ever. Visit lionsclubs.org to learn more.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's the Fiesta for the mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Everybody, it's Michael Severe for Rotella's Italian Bakery Bread. You know, you have sports going on in the summer, but the #1 sport, in my opinion, is the sport of grilling. You're going to be outside your house or your apartment and making hamburgers and hot dogs and brats and all of that, and you need Italian bakery bread to go with it, and Rotella's does it better than anybody else. Whether it's the hamburger bun or a special bun that fits your brat perfectly, Rotella's will hook you up. I know Nathan Harrison for the main location, or swing by your store. Remember, 100 years of tradition, Rotella's Bakery Bread.
Hi, this is Kathy Canoyer with Canoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Canoyer-grown product. Come in and talk with our family of employees who will help you find what you're looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Canoyer Garden Center is located between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Canoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction, at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no ticket fees. Tickets for less. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham the water of meats.
Ham is the water of meats.
This was almost the Grum today, but much to the dismay of both Schaeff and Jack Mitchell, Creighton baseball lost this weekend, and thus I am not in Ohio, and instead Schaeff is just co-hosting with me. Otherwise, it could have been the Jack and Schaeff show today, but instead it's not. So,
and I got to work outside on my new patio that we're building outside of our deck. So I guess thank you, Creighton.
You're doing a patio. Oh wait, you're not taking away the Polish horseshoe grounds, are you?
No, we still have room. We still got. I got a big palatial backyard, as you know. I'm living large in East Lincoln.
We got to get well, I mean, John and I don't need to court a rematch. We won that title.
Yeah, we've got the
celebrated with a beer shower, with probably one of the most awkward celebrations that sport has ever seen. But,
it was the most awkward celebration since Apollo and Rocky hugged on the beach.
I mean, it was pretty great.
I still contend that Polish horseshoes is you can play your beanbags all day long. You can do the old lawn darts, whatever. You'll never beat the Polish horseshoes game. It's the all-time backyard game.
Polish. I never can say this without Polish horseshoes. I can't say it very well. So you have two poles,
okay,
on at each end, and an end line, and each of the players are behind the end line, which is behind the poles.
Mm-hmm.
There is a bottle of beer. An empty bottle of beer that sits on top of these poles. It's what is it, Jack? It's like, like what, inch around PVC pipe? Something.
Yeah, it's probably 1 inch PVC pipe, and it's probably, I don't know what, 4 or 5 feet off the ground.
Yeah. And so the idea is and you use Frisbees, is to knock the other guy's beer off. Now, the only way you can defend is by trying to catch the Frisbee in front.
No, you can't go in front. You can't go in front of it. You can't defend in front of it.
You can't go, but you can reach out in front.
You're not supposed to put your hands in front of it. Once it passes, you can't block it from. It's got to go its path in either hitting the pole or hitting the bottle. But once it passes it, if you catch it, the other team, you'll get points for catching the Frisbee.
You get points. Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Or if you knock the
long since Schaeff and I defended the titles, I've forgotten the rules of the game.
Yes, and typically you hold a drink in your own hand, which complicates things too.
You can only have one hand for catching. The other hand needs to be holding a beer. Obviously, there's points scored for hitting the pole and knocking the thing off, or if you hit the beer directly and then you're trying to defend catching both the beer bottle that's on the pole and the Frisbee.
Do you have to use a normal Frisbee, or can you break out the Frolf clubs or Frolf Frisbees? Throw a putter at there.
I think it's just a standard regular garden variety.
Any Frisbee.
If you want to get
I've never frolfed. I've never done it. Never done the Frisbee at all. Never played ultimate Frisbee. My life has been large.
Oh, that's him, not me.
And
Schaeff was always afraid that his internet was going to freeze.
It was him.
Now.
And it did. Am I back? All right.
Yeah, you're back.
It's wonderful. I see these commercials for my internet provider every single day on TV, and they talk about how everyone loves it. And then every time I actually need it to work, it's trash. You guys can figure out who it is. But yeah, that high speed that I'm promised, it's great up until when I need to use it.
Similar experience.
Put this testimonial on your commercial.
We're just going to record this bit and send it to him.
I like disc golf, though. It's a fun way to kill an afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, real quick funny story about that. Bishop and I had a coworker, Chris Whitney, who was super into ultimate Frisbee and
who will
played
be on the
in
Grum
leagues.
tomorrow, by the way, because he's promoting his run.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, how about that? I had no idea. That's really random. But he used to play ultimate Frisbee. But every time he would come in and we knew that he played ultimate the night before, Bishop and I would call it. We would say, "How was your frolfing last night?" And he got very mad at us because we refused to call it ultimate. We called it frolfing, which we knew was a different game. But
anything played with a Frisbee was just called frolfing
in our
world, except for Polish horseshoes.
Yes.
By the way, Jack, It's not an authentic one, but I am wearing the blue with the white pinstripes to honor your alma mater, who wore a similar look on Friday night, though theirs was a little uglier than the Cubs.
Yeah, I don't know about those, but it's what you do. It's what you do when you're wearing them, I guess. Congratulations. Can you believe that in that sport, in the sport of baseball, Omaha won every Omaha Metro, kept it from Lincoln, kept it from any outstate Class A school since 1977. And I can tell you this too. It was the previous Lincoln school that won it was 1963, I believe, when Lincoln High won it. And so from 1964 to 2022, there was that one 1977 championship for Lincoln Southeast. Every other championship was won by an Omaha Metro team, whether it be one of the Millards, Bryan, Burke. I mean, it felt like every Omaha school had a championship in there. But nothing for Lincoln East, nothing for any other Lincoln school, nothing for Grand Island, Kearney, Columbus, anything. It's crazy because there's no high school sport. There's no other high school sport, and you guys know this, where there's been that much sort of biggest metro dominance. I mean, of course, it has been.
There's been streaks. I mean, Lincoln had its streak in basketball, and Omaha had its streak in basketball.
It's gone back and forth in every other sport. In every other sport, kind of depending on expansion of schools, how many high schools there were, a variety of things. And obviously in a couple of those sports, it swung toward Omaha. But if you go back to when I was high school, it was all Lincoln in boys basketball and in football, and football before that too. So it's crazy that happened with baseball. I don't really know what the explanation is, but I'd be fascinated to hear if somebody who's more into the sport, how they would explain that.
It's definitely remarkable, as someone who played high school baseball in Columbus. Columbus had like their best teams couldn't get by Johnny Dorn, and then Johnny Dorn would go get shelled by like Millard North, So it's just like it is remarkable to just think about it from 77 until Friday, essentially. You have all of these great baseball players, all of these great, teams, and yet if you weren't in the Metro, you weren't going to walk away with a high school title. And then you think about Legion, and Legion's a little bit different because you have some of those select teams that pop up that kind of remove some of the best players. But, Legion's a little bit more wide open and the way that it's kind of gone, but still the dominance of baseball. I also think volleyball, we know as the sport that produces probably the highest end talent of high school player in the state year in and year out. I think baseball is sneaky in that it's a lot better than it ever really gets credit for, because you will turn on the College World Series and you'll hear about this kid from Omaha that's playing for Louisville or at Arkansas or wherever.
Yep.
And there's just a lot more of that than what you probably think of, and I actually feel like football, tying this all the way into Daniel Kalin now, I feel like football has like come back to the point where it's starting to rise up, where it was probably like 5th or 6th behind softball and soccer and these other things. Then now you're having more recruitable athletes out of the state. So it's interesting to see that cycle come all the way around.
Well, and you could say the same for basketball, which has gone through its cycles, but there was a stretch there where it seemed like there wasn't as much good quality talent. But then now all of a sudden you're starting to see a lot more. How much is this, Shape, do you think is probably relatable to just the ability for people to put their tape out and make it so easy for people to see things that now people can be found, whereas maybe it was before, it's Nebraska, 1.8 million people, they can't have that many good folks there.
This all lines up perfectly because we just announced, I just published a story right as the segment started. Carter Nelson's now, I believe, the number 40 player in the country for 24/7 Sports. From Ainsworth's 8-man.
8-man.
Carter Nelson is number 40 in the country for 2024. So yeah, the film can get out there. There's no argument anymore. There's no way that you can fall through the cracks. When Ainsworth, Nebraska can have the number 40 player in the country, who's probably about another re-rating away from knocking on the door of being a potential 5-star.
Oh my gosh.
I think we're done with the idea that talent can't be found. I think that the great equalizer of Huddle and the training facilities finding its way to Nebraska and places like Warren Academy and off-season workouts. It's all just exploded to harness the athletic potential that's always been there for high school kids, but to now set it on a direction where they're able to hit more of that potential than leaving a lot of it, unfound.
Mike, are the coaches who are recruiting him outside of Nebraska, especially, do they see 8-man tape? I mean, are they?
I don't think they spend any time watching the 8-man tape. I got to be honest.
There might be some coaches that think they're watching a 7-on-7, and it's it's an actual game.
You're not going to take much from that and relate it to what you're going to do. You're looking at his track times. You're looking at just a general explosion, and you're looking at a body size and a profile that's pretty rare. And it's kind of like Malachi Coleman. Like and all three of us get this. He didn't have a good year for Lincoln East his senior year. Like, it was not a good year statistically for him. It wasn't a great year for a lot of reasons. It didn't matter to anyone recruiting him because he can still run like the wind and go up and get the football. And nothing that he's doing with his high school season matters that much. And I don't think coaches recruiting Carter, like Georgia isn't looking at Carter Nelson thinking, well, that 8-man film, we're not real. No, they don't care. They do not care. It's the track numbers and it's the size. I mean, it's wild to think about it in that way, because it's not like if you put on Carter Nelson's highlights, no one here is just going to be like, holy crap, that's the number 40 player in the country. But if you see him in person and then you go watch him at track, then you get to understand the full picture.
Well, Mike, I texted you last summer, and my son's team played him in basketball. He played.
Yeah, I think you sent me the photo.
It was on basketball, which was with Johnny guarding him and being just dwarfed by him, and boxing him out. He got that fun assignment of guarding him. But like, you talk about track numbers, and you talk even Matt Rule. We heard the story about him going and seeing the guy dunk a couple of times in a basketball game and knowing right away, like, you could see anybody who you didn't need to know anything about basketball at that game. It was like, holy cow, he is at a different size and different level as he had just finished his sophomore year at that point of high school than anybody that you're seeing, with just a few exceptions, playing basketball with, with guys who all look more normal for that stage in their life.
Yeah, I mean, it is just remarkable, the evolution of the high school athlete at Nebraska. And we say evolution, it's not like these guys weren't there. It's just that people are going to know about them more now because of all the offseason stuff, because of Huddle, because kids are getting savvier about getting their stuff out there and using social media to kind of campaign things. I mean, it's just we're so far removed from those years where there'd be like one in-state offer. Nebraska's up to 9, and it doesn't even feel like they've made a reach offer. Like, all 9 of those kids make sense to me if they were to have ended up at a Power 5 school. Why? Because all 9 of them, have Power 5 offers besides Nebraska. Like, that's kind of where it's at. What I want to know is if this is like a wave, and if there's going to be a down cycle with it, or if it's going to stay pretty consistent, where Nebraska football could be offering like 8 in-state kids a year. And I got to be honest, I don't know that they're necessarily done. Like, I look at a guy like a Dash Bauman, and I know that they're very interested in him, and he's going to have to go camp. But like, that's someone that could have like a good senior year, that if they miss out on some other kids, like, they could double back to him, and it wouldn't shock me. Like, that's the kind of like where we're at, where now it's almost like the fascinating guys are these sort of borderline people that I'm going to go watch at camp here in a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jack, the Jim Delaney Jamboree of baseball is coming up, starting tomorrow. But I had a feeling that this might happen. By the way, there's our official graphic. This is the first year where they are splitting up the first round. It used to be that the whole first round was on day one. Well, as per usual with college baseball, things get, mucked up, or weather happens, and pretty soon the whole schedule gets messed up. So they decided to split up the first round. And lo and behold, wouldn't you know, won the pony. But Nebraska gets to play in the oddball game. They get to play Rutgers in the non-first day first round game, which will happen tomorrow. Now, here I went through the scenarios. Now, the advantage is, of course, on the front side, Nebraska gets an extra day off, whereas all the other 6 teams, not named Rutgers, they're playing tomorrow. But Nebraska and Rutgers, they get an extra day to recover from last week. Cool, great, awesome. But I mapped out the scenario, and honestly, based on the seed, it's probably the most likely scenario to happen to Nebraska. They beat Rutgers, and then they would play Maryland or Michigan State, probably Maryland, with Maryland having at least 20 hours more rest than Nebraska. Then if you, again, go by seed, if Nebraska loses that second game, they would return 20 hours later in an elimination game. Then you win that, they're back in another 15 hours to rematch with Maryland or Michigan. In the likely case, it's Maryland, who will be on then 40 days rest. So basically the math works out like this. If Nebraska wins on day one or their first game, day two, loses the second round to the number one seed, and has to come back through the loser's bracket to eventually rematch with Maryland, there is the potential for Nebraska to play 5 games in a 79-hour span, whereas the opponent would have played 4 games in 99 hours. That's where this format gets a little weird.
I mean, I don't like the format, but I think whether that game, Nebraska having to build back after if they potentially lost that either the first game or the second game is going to be such a Herculean task either way, given their pitching staff. They have got to figure out how to obviously beat Rutgers, and I don't mean to look past that, but they've got to somehow, if it's Maryland in that spot, if they can somehow knock Maryland off, if they would get to that game, or who knows, maybe Maryland won't have had enough time to rest off the weekend and Michigan State knocks them off. But their shot is getting into that third round game with no losses, and that 1:00 game that will be on the 27th. Getting there, that's the path. I mean, I don't think there's any other path that's worth talking about at this point. Is you got to get there, and then you kind of start over, and then I think it's possible with what they've got. And so I don't know that the extra day. It's just, man, it's got to. John, didn't you say they borrowed this from the ACC or something? This format?
I believe so.
I believe you say that.
Yeah, I don't. It wasn't me, but I'm sure.
Okay, I heard somebody say that. Maybe it wasn't you, but
I know that the SEC still crams all their games in one day.
Well, you're really familiar with these tournaments, and I know you're familiar. I mean, yeah, because there were Big Ten tournaments. There's a year they had it in Bloomington, and they had rain, and they were starting games at just stupid times. You've called games that they've started at stupid times. Yeah. So which is the better solution? I don't know. And they got to clear. I guess they got to clear the stadium in between the 2 sessions. Probably that factors into the whole thing. But you would think if they're enforcing pitch clock, that they ought to be able to get 4 games in a day, starting at 10 a.m. Shouldn't they?
That's the interesting part of this. And granted, the pitch clock it's called the action clock in college baseball isn't as aggressive as the pitch clock in Major League Baseball, but it has helped a little bit in terms of speeding up some of these games. So it's kind of odd that this is the year that you go with this, knowing that the games are a little bit quicker than they were. Personally, and I know there's no baseball coaches that will go for this. I don't think you need 8 teams in a conference tournament. I think you could do away with less. You could get away with less, in my opinion, because I'm not a big fan of teams that scuffle by in the regular season, get hot for a week, and then they steal a bit away. But that's just me.
How about 4 teams and we do 2 best of 3 series between them? That would be fun. That'd be good. Watch that. That'd be good for Omaha. I like that format better.
I'm just trying to figure out the scenario where we can get a really, excited Nebraska crowd and the Iowa visitors come over. I mean, what was it, 2019, where you had Nebraska just absolutely take it to Iowa?
Run ruled them. They stopped it early.
I mean, that was watching the Iowa folks spill out onto the street, and I was doing radio on the street at that time with Happer. And watching their just sad faces. I mean, it was the shade.
I was there.
I was there. Incredible. And so I'm looking at this draw, and I think more than anything, we just need to get Nebraska, Iowa in Omaha.
Oh my god.
Neutral territory, sort of. And that's what the conference needs.
Championship game would
Championship
be the only
game.
happen.
Man, oh man, I would be shockingly
That
amped
would
up
be
for a
a-
baseball game.
that would be a
I would
very-
be in.
Yeah.
I would be in football basketball mode for that baseball game because getting the triplicate bragging rights then, and I know they got swept by Iowa in the regular season, but that all goes away with that victory if they can do that. What a glorious world to live in that would be. All right, Mike.
Okay, so now we got to do this. What does the Mount Rushmore look like of Nebraska versus Iowa in the 22-23 academic year if they're able to pull that off? It'd be like Trey Palmer would have to be on there. Casey Thompson would have to be on there. Who's representing basketball? Like,
God, I got to remember. I got to remember those games. Who had big games in those?
They just beat the crap out of them.
Griesel, wasn't it? Maybe.
Yeah,
I think it
could be
was.
Griesel, it could be Walker. I think Walker was maybe
Walker
pretty good.
probably.
I would put staring Fran McCaffrey on there just because I want that look. I just want those beady eyes looking through the glass and just. Even
and then who knows?
You get Nebraska, but it'd make a good little contrast on the mount.
If they get that,
it'd be like Jamarcus Lawrence because he had that monster game over in Iowa City.
Jamarcus.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Jamarcus Lawrence would be a good one. And then the baseball, if they get to that point, Shea Shanneman's probably going to have to pitch. I told you this morning, Mike. Shea Shanneman's probably going to have to pitch like 400 pitches throughout like a 48-hour period. And so it would probably be him finishing up his college career at the Big Ten tournament there.
The way they have this spaced out, you could actually get, if you ran the table, and everybody but Nebraska and Rutgers would have this opportunity, but if you ran the table, you could get your Friday starter on 5 days rest. It's like normal rest for essentially that championship game.
No, you could.
Yeah. Yeah, that's ideally. I mean, you got Emmett Olson, and hopefully
he wouldn't. I don't think he'd be able to. He'd be on 4, and that's pretty short in college baseball. But maybe you get like half of a game from him there.
Well, you could almost bullpen day him and let him at least start or bring him in a key spot in the middle of the game.
Come on, Shane Comine came out of the bullpen on Sunday after pitching on Friday.
We're all familiar with the stories of Kenny Baugh throwing 218 pitches and 6 innings for Rice.
Shane Comine.
Nowadays, though, if you did that, you'd have angry scouts on Twitter, talking about arm abuse.
I hate this time of year. The freaking Major League Baseball scouts, who I like to follow every other time of year, losing their mind that these teams and these players are attempting to win a championship. And instead of like whatever made up pitch limit that they're supposed to be on previously, you got a guy who's going to go in the 26th round, throws 140 pitches, and we have to act like this is a crime against humanity when there's a better chance that these pitches matter more to him now.
Oh, yeah.
Than when he's pitching against Round Rock when he's 32 years old.
Who was the Arkansas pitcher? They did that against
Kevin
Nebraska.
Cox.
Yeah. Where's
Cox.
he at now?
He is. It's a good
I
question.
know off the top of their head.
I don't.
Or did that ruin his career?
Didn't
I don't think it ruined his career. He wasn't a highly regarded baseball prospect anyways.
But that was the last one. You mentioned that, Mike, and that was the first thing I thought about was people talking about that. Now,
He was taken in the 3rd round, actually. All right. Look at that.
But I don't think he's playing anymore, is he? Is he still playing?
I've got it pulled up in my internet. The commercial, it's happening again. No, he's still playing. He's got a 3.86 ERA. He's 2-0 on the year. He's got 2 saves, 21 innings pitched, and he is currently with the San Antonio Missions.
The Missions.
Double A
ball.
All right.
Texas League.
Well, hopefully he's getting to the same strike zone that he got in that game against Nebraska for his career, because that was very helpful.
Some people will never forget.
Yeah, I won't forget that crap.
Do you remember everyone was fired up because Nebraska, if they win that, they get NC State because NC State had pulled the upset, and it was you were already penciling in Nebraska through NC State. NC State goes into Fayetteville and launched about 700 home runs in 2 games.
Yeah, just crushed them.
And then she probably won that title, right?
And then got COVID. And
they got COVID
out of the tournament.
That's right. I don't know, but man, that was when Nebraska baseball is good. It is so dang fun. It is so fun. We got a tiny taste of it that year, but there just hasn't been that run of regionals and Lincoln hosting regionals. We talked about this is just for a whole generation that has never gotten to experience that. It's even if you're not a diehard baseball fan, it's great. And I'll say the same thing about the NCAA tournament when it starts. I remember last year, Nebraska wasn't in it. They didn't make the Big Ten tournament, but that is an underrated weekend of TV, especially that first round of the NCAA tournament when they do the whip around coverage. I love that weekend now.
Oh, it's tremendous.
That's what I said in my comment there.
There's
May
always
Madness.
going to be some ridiculous, come from behind win.
And yes, and there's always there's such weird varieties of games. There's a 23-18 game going on. There's all these different venues that are super different.
You had Nebraska, Oklahoma State going to basically the clock of midnight for that incredible Matt Waldron game. And then Aaron Polinsky hits like this monster home run. And you're thinking like Darren Erstad's about to get the monkey off the back. And this is the moment. And
that's an underrated groin kick. And then that guy legitimately hit that ball still hasn't landed that dude.
Didn't it leave the park?
It went to Arkansas. He killed it.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the stadium is set that way, but
just guessing.
It may have started another tornado down in Oklahoma. That's how hard it was hit. But anyway,
it took out Joplin on its way.
Wait, what happened? All right. Well, so are you going to try to take in any games at the Jim Delaney Jamboree of Baseball?
I kind of want to. This is just it's a crazy week at our house. We're getting ready for more. I know we had a big party for my son last weekend, but
was it for your son, or did you kind of take center stage in this party?
I don't know. Ask Bishop. Did I take set? Bishop
one of the said to ask you.
Well, I mean, did I wear the Lincoln East championship medal around the party part of the time? Yes, I did.
Yes.
Because the winning pitcher was there and gave it to me to wear a while. He wanted it back apparently at the end of the night, which I was not aware of.
What was the food spread that I missed? What was the number one thing that I missed?
Well, I'll let John do that. I made it. So
Jack went to town. He had some pulled pork. I had, and it was a nice little nacho bar. I had the taco nachos.
Did he do the pork tenderloin thing that he's done in the past?
No,
it's always been really good.
No, it was actually, John. It was actually chicken. It was seasoned so much, kind of looked like pork, but pork is probably better. So I'm flattered that you thought it was pork.
Well, I didn't have it. I just kind of opened the thing and looked real briefly, but I wanted the taco meat nachos, which were very good.
It was good.
Would it have been an ultimate troll thing if you'd have served everyone ham at your son's graduation party?
Yes.
Just ham cocktail sandwiches.
I should have said, "Where's my ham? Where's the ham?"
Yeah. Well, you guys, by the way, if you need tacos or nachos or just like things like sour cream, lettuce over the course of the next 6 to 8 months, you go ahead and let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you probably also have some cupcakes left over.
Oh, God. That's right. My wife told me I've got to go take out all of the pop and drinks out of our kitchen or our garage fridge and load cupcakes in there because they're going to get bad. So we get no more cold drinks in this house till the cupcakes are gone.
I might swing by tonight for a cupcake.
You're welcome. Please.
They were good cupcakes.
Yeah. Take a few.
Okay.
I should have had someone. Should have taken some home. But yeah. All right. Well, congratulations to Johnny. That is if he passes. He didn't. He didn't
Final start tomorrow. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed on that. And have a great Memorial Day weekend.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have fun, guys.
There he is, Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, who could have been co-hosting with Shafe today, but well, alas, it wasn't meant to be. Coming up, we got more, including Mitch Sherman's going to join us, and we'll get more from Shafe on the Daniel Kalin commit, as Josh is bragging about another successful grum ball that has been dropped on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Union Omaha. Coming up this week at Warner Park, not just one, but 2 home matches. And that's actually going to be the case now every month throughout the summer. You can see 2 home matches per month. It begins on Wednesday with the Greenville Triumph coming into town. And then on Saturday, Forward Madison comes to Omaha. I had a chance to go to a Union Omaha match at Warner Park recently. Had an absolutely awesome time. The atmosphere, fun as always, great family entertainment, the only professional soccer team in our state. Speaking of, saw one of the best goals that I've seen in my entire life. Whether it is going with friends, I know I've been to quite a few matches over the years with my best friend, a date night which is what Riss and I did fairly recently. Anything in between, you're going to have an absolutely awesome time there at Warner Park. And as I said, now moving forward throughout the rest of the summer, twice at home per month. Couple matches coming up in June as well. Get your tickets today at unionomaha.com.
Previously on The Crossover.
Want to meet Big Milk Kids?
Hello, kids.
Yeah.
Let me walk you around the website. Some people call them podcasts, but we call them radio replays. Why? Because when you listen or watch 1620 The Zone, it's always AM radio.
Thank you, Big Milk.
Thank you, Big Milk. Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Knoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Abundantly sunny skies and a little bit of haze here for your Monday afternoon, though temperatures feeling nice back into the lower 80s in Omaha. Winds will remain light out of the south-southeast up to 10 miles an hour, which could provide a bit of mixing closer to the surface and improve air quality. Clear skies continue tonight with overnight lows back into the mid and upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle or at SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Can I take your order?
Can I get a small chicken sandwich meal?
Sorry, we only sell jumbo meals. Same size for everyone.
Sometimes one size fits all isn't right for you. Same goes for your mobile plan. At Cox Mobile, get what you actually need and start saving with the right data plan. If your needs change, switch between plans at any time. Now that's something different.
Thanks. I think I'll go get something different.
Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Visit cox.com/mobile to learn more. Postpaid Cox internet required. Other restrictions apply.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Turn your home into restricted airspace. Tell incoming flights you want them diverted. The new Raid Essentials Light Trap plugs into the wall and uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes. Its 24/7 continuous attraction provides insecticide-free protection that's people and pet friendly. Consider air service interrupted. New Raid Essentials Light Trap. Insecticide-free protection.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. A large indoor showroom, 119th and I. You can shop during all kinds of weather conditions. And right now, you can find yourself behind the wheel of a 2023 Buick Encore GX Preferred. You can lease it right now for $299 a month for 39 months with 10,000 miles per year. With approved credit, and you have a current GMC or Buick lease, $999 down payment, first payment, and $299 doc fee. Do it signing. The offer expires on May 31st. Online anytime, WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
We are the Broncos. Here we are.
The 1620 The Zone.
We got another Zone deal this week going up line on Friday, 9 a.m. at 1620thezone.com. It's for Le Voltaire, locally owned French restaurant serving Omaha for over 20 years. Unpretentious down-home cooking with French flair, including the best French wine list within 400 miles. And if you would like 2 $25 vouchers for only $25, that's half price, kids. 1620thezone.com is the place to be this Friday morning starting at 9. And if you're not there in time, well, you're going to be missing out. One person not missing out, Matt Rule, when it came to plan B for his quarterbacks, Daniel Kalin, who just within 18 to 24 hours of his decommit from Missouri decided to commit to Nebraska. Did it surprise you, Shafe, that the pivot on this was as fast as it was, pivoting from Raiola, Kalin?
I think the bigger surprise was how quickly or how little prodding Daniel Kalin needed to jump from Missouri back over to Nebraska. I know that he's always wanted to go to Nebraska, but the Daniel Kalin story can't really be told without talking about how he basically lived in the shadow of Dylan Raiola for a couple years. It kept looking like there was going to be this opportunity, only to have kind of a Charlie Brown moment where the football's taken away right at the last second. And so I just have a lot of, admiration for how Daniel Kalin handled this, because for some people, you spend this time in the shadow of Dylan Raiola, and not just that, like, he's in the bubble. Think about how much time we've talked about Dylan Raiola on shows like this, or, it'd be really hard to be a high school quarterback that's being recruited and being in the state of Nebraska and not finding yourself being compared to or being asked about or hearing about Dylan Raiola. And he said all along he wasn't going to hold off on his recruitment for any one guy. So then he ends up at Missouri. And I was a little skeptical that Nebraska would be able to double back there. I know when I talked to him in April, he was pretty happy with how everything was. He didn't give any indication that he was looking at anything else. And so I give him a lot of credit that, this is where he wanted to be. He wanted to be at Nebraska. The door opens back up and he took it. And I give Nebraska credit too, because I think they acknowledged that Daniel Kalin, and they knew this too, they wanted him in December before Dylan Raiola opened it up with Ohio State. They felt like he'd be a good fit for them. And I think that this is a good merger here of Daniel Kalin's ability and what I think ultimately this offense is going to be in the Big Ten.
It would have been very easy. And we've seen it before, where someone maybe grew up around here, wanted to be a player, a Husker all their life, but didn't get the attention that they wanted and found another home, committed to another school. And then Nebraska lost out on whatever it is they were targeting and then tried to flip back. And by the time, and I'm not faulting anyone in particular, but the players that, what? No, I'm staying with this original school. You kind of spurned me, so I'm going to move on. And that's not to say that they're wrong and Kalin's right or Kalin's wrong and they're right. I'm just saying we've seen it before. Yet, how much of this goes to, maybe in the line of communication that Matt Rule and Marcus Satterfield had with him, in that, hey, we understand we're going after this number one guy, but they kept the lines of communication open enough to the point where that lingering or any bitterness that may have been there wasn't going to manifest itself.
Yeah, I think a lot of that stems from kind of getting to meet those guys early in December. The first event Matt Rule had was an in-state thing where he invited all the kids that had offers, or the ones that even thought they were going to offer, even guys like Benny Nagoy that were committed to Iowa State. I mean, he was at this thing. And so they really wanted the in-state kids to know that they were interested. They want to make those introductions first before they did anything else. And I remember talking with Daniel after that. He was pretty excited about this staff. And I think he was excited about what he thought was going to be the opportunity in front of him. And so he got to know Marcus Satterfield at that time. And this is a little bit old news now. Marcus Satterfield wasn't slated to be the quarterback's coach at the time that Daniel Kalin was on that visit. It was going to be a Los Angeles Rams assistant. Yeah. And so he got to know Satterfield because that person hadn't accepted the job yet and wasn't there. and then ultimately didn't end up taking it. But that relationship, I think, if you don't have that December visit, I don't think that we're having this conversation right now in May. So that also should tell you how the little pieces in recruiting matter so much, even at the end game, even if it doesn't look like it's going in that direction. Just getting kids to campus is huge. Building those relationships is big. And I just think that they earned his trust. And that's got to be really hard for him to do because he went through it. I mean, Mario Verduzco makes the offer in 2021 and he thinks that this is going to be a great thing. And he shows up on campus and he happens to be there at Friday Night Lights the same day that Dylan Raiola shows up, puts on the show, and becomes the talk of town for the next 2 years. And then he's not talked to by anybody on Nebraska's staff when Mario Verduzco is fired until September of 2022. And then they reach out and they're like, hey, we still kind of like you. Do you remember us? It's like you have to give Daniel Kalin so much credit. It would be so easy. And I maybe this is my personality, but if I was that kid and I had been kind of, for the lack of a better term, screwed over by Nebraska a couple different times, I wouldn't exactly be answering that phone call and being super excited about it,
And to turn it around so quickly too.
It just tells you the maturity.
Days, yeah.
It just shows so much maturity that you just don't see from high school kids. And that's who Daniel is. I've always been very impressed with him from a personality standpoint. Last summer, I went and watched him in a 7-on-7, and I was really impressed by the work that he did in the offseason because I could see he had gotten stronger and he was accurate on his passes. He could throw it right through the summer wind. And that made me feel like he was setting up for a good junior year. He took Bellevue West to the quarterfinals. I know that's not where they want to finish their year. And this offseason, he's working on adding running to his game to be a little bit more athletic, to be a little bit more fluid as a runner, because he wants that to be an available weapon as part of his arsenal. I just think, people have not necessarily gone all the way in on Daniel Kalin because they were so in on Raiola. I think he's going to win over a lot of people, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun for those in Omaha. I mean, on Friday nights, you got nothing better to do. Bellevue West is sometimes on Cox, and it's not like it's that hard to get to and go to games there. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be great for Nebraska's in-state recruiting as well. It's going to help them, I think, certainly with guys like Isaiah McMorris, but could help with Carter Nelson and could help outside the state as well because Daniel Kalin has some connections.
More on this and more on the Huskers to come with Mitch Sherman. Will join us here in about 10, 15 minutes or so. But coming up next, the Big Ten Conference was left a little surprised by its former commissioner. That and more as we roll on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Mike Schaefer in today for Josh on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
At Lanahaw, we take pride in producing locally grown trees that are proven hardy for our Midwest winters, unpredictable springs, and scorching summers. Trust the nursery that grows more handcrafted trees in Nebraska than anyone else, from our farms to your yard. We're proud to be your homegrown headquarters for nearly 50 years. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The Blue Jay Zone is brought to you by Barry Law. We're in it to win it. The road to the postseason is proving to be a rather rocky one for the Creighton baseball team. Back-to-back weekend sweeps by Xavier and Seton Hall have put the Jays on the edge of not making the conference tournament. And CU has to finish at home against top 10-rated UConn, a team fighting for an NCAA regional hosting opportunity. Should the Jays make the conference tournament, they could be rematched right away with the Huskies in the first round. Coverage of Blue Jay baseball can be heard this week and hopefully next on 1180 The Zone.
Winning comes without a guarantee. Focus, discipline, and extraordinary effort make winning more likely. Sometimes our greatest wins come from major setbacks. Coming back from a serious injury is a win that requires teamwork. At Barry Law, we're in it to win it.
If you have been seriously injured in an accident, call Barry Law today. 402-999-7777.
A lot of new enrollments, huh? Braylon, Braden.
Monique's daycare is crawling with new arrivals.
Hey, sweetie, are you hungry?
She needs more early childhood educators.
Did your sock slip off again?
And a nap.
Hey there, little guy. Okay. Shh. Whoa.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Omaha Storm Chaser Firework Fridays on Friday nights all season long at Werner Park on select Fridays. Enjoy a Friday night game at Werner Park and a fireworks show presented by Hy-Vee. Enter to wear a pair of tickets to a Friday night game now at 1620thezone.com. Speaking of fireworks, opened up my browser yesterday to find the story by Pete Thamel of ESPN regarding how Kevin Warren left things behind for his successor, Mr. Vitello. And it's becoming more and more apparent as time goes by that Kevin Warren obviously used the Big Ten commissioner's job as his platform to get back into the NFL as a higher ranking executive. Because other than that, I can't figure out what it was he was trying to accomplish here. But as it turns out, the much vaunted multi-billion-dollar television deal that Warren was given credit for signing was not complete when he left office, not complete to the point that it may cost the conference about $70 million. Now you think $70 million is not even 10% of, the overall deal, but it's also some of the details that he left behind. So, as you know, NBC is going to air a Big Ten championship game, I believe, in 2026. Kevin Warren didn't have the authority to award that game to NBC because of the way Fox's contract is written and Fox's agreement with partially owning the Big Ten network is agreed to. So they may have to pay back $40 million to Fox. They may have to pay back another $25 million to Fox for lost inventory during the COVID season, which we all know was masterfully run and organized by Mr. Warren. Not to mention the fact that there were primetime games that were agreed upon in the new contract that were not agreed upon by all of the schools. As you know, the Big Ten has historically kind of looked down their nose, especially at late season night games. Well, apparently none of the schools that had objections agreed to lifting any of those tolerances, as they call them. And so there were night games promised late in the season that all of a sudden marquee schools like Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State are like, we're not really interested in hosting night games or playing night games in the month of November. Here we thought it was, just a Jim Delaney thing about, slick roads and, fans freezing to death in the stands. No, it's actually the schools that have been in front of this the whole time saying, yeah, we're not a big fan of night games. So the bottom line is this. Tony Vitello has had to work around a lot of different things and massage a lot of egos, television networks, school administrators, and the like, just to get a schedule out, which is why part of the reason why we maybe haven't heard as much about the TV schedule in the Big Ten. But nice job, Kevin Warren, going out on the same way he entered, by causing a mess.
Kevin Warren, true to the Minnesota Vikings fashion, couldn't finish it in the end game. Just comes up a little bit short. And now, as punishment, he finishes out his time with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, he does. He'll get to build him a nice new stadium, though. That'll be
fun. Do you think that'll get completed, or is half the stadium just not going to have,
It'll be like the Cowboys Stadium. It'll be without a roof. It'll be halfway done.
What if Kevin Warren's entire life was just doing 3/4 of the work and not the entire job?
I'm guessing that's probably what it's like. Oh, honey, I did most of the dishes, but I left the pots and pans for you.
Oh, yeah. Most of my algebra homework is done. I just didn't do some of that,
I know I agreed to smoke the ham, but I only got 3/4 of it done. So I'm sorry if it's not done enough to the point where everyone's getting sick.
Yeah, well, you could just microwave it, I suppose, if you wanted to. That'll fix it. Yeah, that's a weird deal. But more than the Kevin Warren stuff, how in the hell have we just not seen endless mocking of Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State for thinking that they're bigger than the conference, for whining about weather? Oh my goodness, college football. Just no one cries about weather more than college football. You can't play a conference championship game in any kind of potential weather. You can't play a national championship game in any kind of weather. You can't play a national championship game north of the Mason-Dixon line for reasons I'll never understand. You can't do this. You can't do that. And now Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, who, as far as I know, John, their campuses have never actually left the areas of which they're in right now. They've never been anywhere else.
No.
Suddenly they can't play in these games because of the fear of weather affecting the ability to play and or host the games. Is this a real, how the hell is this? Everyone should be making fun of them. And there's nothing. There's nothing. It's just like, well, I guess if Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State don't want to play in November, the Big Ten's just going to have to figure it out and pay back $70 million. That seems fair.
Well, to me, it's always been amazing because here in Nebraska, we've been able to do it. We've been doing it forever.
They play in weather in those places too. There's still weather at 11 a.m. There's still snow in the big game or the game or whatever the hell we're supposed to call it.
They game.
Still have, it doesn't matter. There's nothing magical about the game starting at 6 o'clock that means there's going to be more bad weather.
Last time I checked, Shafe, you could slide off the road at 5 a.m. as easily as you could at 5 p.m.
That is the dumbest excuse anyone has ever made. Ever.
Well, these are the same people that also complained about, well, we can't host playoff games on campus up north because our stadiums are winterized or need to be winterized. How? I have no idea. Apparently, all of these Big Ten stadiums are like RVs, and they have to be, taken out and have all the liquids flushed out of them and then stored away for the winter.
There needs to be, like, I've never been the biggest, society's gone soft individual, but society has gone soft here. If college football can't be played in November after first of all, the way the rate of these games going, you start a 3:30 game on the East Coast, it's going into 7:30 anyways. Are you supposed to stop it when it gets to 6 o'clock because that's too late?
Oh,
You're
sure.
gonna
It's
have
like
to
an
pick it
old
up the
school
next
curfew.
day.
Yeah, it's an old school curfew. I'm sorry. This series cannot begin after 6 p.m. local time. We will have to suspend the game and resume tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Just absolute
I'm still here. I thought it was, Big Ten administrator, Jim Delaney being this way. No. It's three of the biggest names in the business saying, we can't play at night. We can't play at night because it's too cold or it's too inconvenient. First of all, I don't know if you checked recently, but most of the time the big snowfall isn't happening until February, if we get it at all. So I'm not really sure where all of this, this terrible weather is coming from. And these are the same schools that, if given the chance, would jump at the opportunity to host a college football playoff game in these conditions.
I'm now remembering a handful of games that Nebraska's played in the Big Ten in October where the weather is horrible and it's cold. And I just don't get it. I don't understand how someone could make that argument with a straight face. And people are like, well, yeah, it makes sense. I guess they're just going to have to redo it. You got to accommodate these three schools, let alone the fact that there isn't the widespread mocking that Nebraska received for simply just wanting to play football in 2020. For going against the conference, John. For not going Big Ten first.
Yeah,
but
and remember,
now everybody in the conference, everybody's going to make less money because it's cold.
This is the guy that Mike Wilbon went to bat for, was Kevin Warren. Oh, Kevin Warren says we can't play. We can't play. And now he leaves behind this little mess that apparently Vitello has been cleaning up this whole time.
It's almost as if we probably shouldn't be listening to Michael Wilbon about college football ever.
Yeah. By the way,
maybe any sport at this point. Maybe.
Yeah.
But particularly college football.
I'm sorry. I've been misintroducing him. Tony Vitello is the head coach at Tennessee. It's Petiti. I always get my Tonys mixed up.
Okay. I don't even know the name of the Big Ten commissioner at this
point. Tony Petiti. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to write him down on the board. I have to write everything on the board that I keep forgetting. I'm going to write him on the board.
He comes from the world of Major League Baseball where it's run so damn smoothly that you don't even have to know his name. Because that's who they got to go hire. The guy from Major League Baseball. That's who the Big Ten wants. Those negotiations have never been problematic.
Never.
They don't have any sort of haves and have-nots in Major League Baseball. There's certainly not organizations in baseball that dictate everything else for everyone else. So this guy's going to probably just fit in just fine in the Big Ten.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman will join us more on the Huskers, more on this story. And it sounds like Nebraska has its replacement for Ronnie Green. Will he have a same fun accent as Ronnie Green? That's my question. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a stall has the right lane blocked on eastbound Giles at 72nd. Some maintenance work causing a little bit of a delay on eastbound 480 at 14th. Slow movement on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. And a slight delay on westbound L Street around 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. Signworksomaha.com.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Nick Handley here for DJ's Dugout. To thank Omaha for 30 great years, DJ's Dugout is having a huge birthday bash on Sunday, May 28th at Warner Park, and you're invited. Enjoy a free concert featuring Omaha's own Lemon Fresh Day, 5 to 9 p.m. Gates open at 3 p.m. Free admission, free family fun zone, free parking. Clear bag policy enforced. Enjoy Lemon Fresh Day for free at the DJ's Dugout Birthday Bash, May 28th at Warner Park.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Mitch.
Mitch. Did Chafe's internet crap out on him again? He's going to have another great video to tell. Well, he's been intermittently popping in and out so that it doesn't freeze up on him. But I wonder if there he is. He's back.
Hi, Shafe.
Back in the portal. We add Mike Schaefer back in from the transfer portal.
Oh, no.
We were afraid your great internet crapped out on you again.
Oh, no. I ran upstairs to get some water. That's on me. I didn't know. I don't know what the breaks are. Nick never tells me.
I'll start telling you.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who's hopefully his internet's working fine today. Hello, Mitch.
My internet's good, but it shouldn't matter.
No, that's true. You're on the phone. Yeah. What difference does it make? You know, Mitch, we were just talking about the mess that Kevin Warren left behind for Tony Petitti on the television contract. What? I guess it's no mystery now why the Big Ten really wasn't that enthused about renewing his contract.
Yeah, the Pete Thamel article on ESPN shed some new light on all of the things that were amiss in the Big Ten, which seemed to be in pretty good shape from the outside looking in. And I don't know that we should paint this as the league is a disaster. It's still a very rich league that's in a good position financially and in a good position on the college sports landscape as it readies a year from now to bring USC and UCLA in. But things were not. I would say that the house was kind of a mess. Is what it sounds like. And yeah, the Kevin Warren tenure, this is going to impact the way that it's viewed. It probably already wasn't looked at in any kind of a positive light. I would have said before reading that piece that most of the negativity involved the COVID situation, the COVID era. And, this takes it in a different direction. Some of that was out of his control. That's a lot to ask. I think it would have been a tall assignment for anyone with his lack of experience in that kind of a position to come in and face a challenge like that. Not to say that he handled it all well or handled much of it well, but you add this element of the way that he has exited in failing to wrap up a number of the negotiating points with this television contract, and it leaves Tony Petitti with some important things on his desk as he walks in the door. But I would imagine that he had a sense, if he didn't know the details, he had a sense of the way things stacked up when he took over. It's similar. This is a larger level, but it's similar to what Trev Alberts inherited at Nebraska with some of the messes left behind by Bill Moose's dysfunction a few summers ago.
Mitch, with the news of Daniel Kalin committing to Nebraska over the weekend, were you surprised at all that this played out the way that it did? That, I mean, obviously Nebraska had chased Raiola until the finish line finally was visible there, but were you surprised that Daniel Kalin, despite several different times and by different coaching staffs sort of being put out to pasture and being forgotten about, still was willing to flip and go to Nebraska?
No, not really, Mike. I was surprised that it happened as fast as it did, but as the week progressed, if you would have asked me on Monday, a week ago right now, and just hours after Dylan Raiola committed to Georgia, I would have said Nebraska has a decision to make right here about the direction it wants to go with its offense. And if, this run first or run heavy quarterback situation with Jeff Sims, it's not run first. He's not there to run first, and Matt Rule's the first to say that he's a thrower, but they're going to run undeniably more with Jeff Sims as the quarterback from that position than they will if Danny Kalin becomes the starter at Nebraska. I would have said a week ago, Nebraska has to decide what direction it wants to go with this offense. And apparently Nebraska didn't really have to decide. Nebraska knew that Danny Kalin was the guy who was right there on the recruiting board after Dylan Raiola. So that sped up the process. And I agree with you that he had been put out to pasture by the Frost Joseph regime when Dylan Raiola was a target, and even maybe part of the time in 2022, or a good part of the time in 2022, when it didn't appear that Dylan Raiola was a target. I don't know that there was enough emphasis placed on recruiting Danny Kalin as an underclassman, in part because I think that staff was so focused on just trying to win and recruit for the 23 class. At most, it was hard to think about 24 when they didn't know if they were going to be in place just a few months down the road. But since Matt Rule took over, I think they did a that's a savvy recruiting move to have to pull off to show interest and keep a prospect satisfied and feeling somewhat comfortable with your program, while the other prospect at that position, who's clearly ahead of him on your board, is commanding so much of the attention. Daniel Kalin, in talking to him, and I've got a piece coming out about him and Carter Nelson and some others tomorrow. He said that the communication with Nebraska really only dissipated in March when he committed to Missouri, and things at that point were maybe at their highest level of interest with Dylan. Before that, and even after that, as Raiola trended toward Georgia, they stayed in contact, and that's a hard thing to do as a coaching staff. But Nebraska obviously was able to pull it off to the point where he felt comfortable after just 3 days. 3 days after Raiola's commitment and jumping fully on board with Nebraska. So he told the coaches on Thursday and then announced it on Friday and Saturday. That is fast work.
Does this represent as much as it is, hey, they got their quarterback, but in many ways, it's also very symbolic. I went through my memory banks. I think Mike Stuntz is the last metro area quarterback that Nebraska recruited, right? I mean, I shouldn't say recruited, but got.
Yeah. He was after Crouch.
He was after Crouch.
There have been quarterbacks from Nebraska. I mean, you have Heinrich Harburg on the roster right now, but if you're talking about the Omaha Metro, yeah, and part of that is because until recent years, there haven't been the kind of players that Nebraska had gone out and offered. And now you can look at the last couple of years, and this is very much a quarterback pipeline. These guys are coming out of this Warren Academy system from Cole Payton at Westside, who has yet to become the guy at North Dakota State. And it remains to be seen if he will. So it's hard to say right now with Cole Payton in the 2021 class that was a miss for Nebraska until he goes and does something at the college level. Maybe they made the right decision in not pursuing him. Although Nebraska did try to throw its hat in the ring very late on Cole Payton, which just, if you're going to end up recruiting, that's the thing you can't do. If you're going to recruit a quarterback locally and put effort at all into recruiting him, you can't be late to the party. I think that's maybe the biggest lesson to take away from the past few years. And that's again how Nebraska handled Zane Flores last year, was being late to the party. And he was long committed to Oklahoma State before Nebraska showed signs that it would offer if he was ready to listen. And then this was an odd situation too with Kalin. All of these guys had different circumstances, where Kalin was behind someone who was a national level recruit that Nebraska couldn't afford not to go after. So it's been a long time for Omaha, and we'll see how the future plays out. I tend to think it's not going to be this long down the road again. You're not going to go 20 years or whatever it's been since Mike Stuntz was more than 20 years ago, closer to 25 years ago when he signed on. There were other guys in that era too, but many of them, like Stuntz, ended up playing other positions at Nebraska.
Mitch, this is a super open-ended question, so good luck with it. But it's about 6 months since we knew that, a little less than 6 months since we knew that Matt Rhule was going to take over. What has been the biggest thing that surprised you about covering Matt Rhule and this version of Nebraska football? Obviously, they haven't played a single game yet. But just from what you've seen in this 6 months, what has surprised you about working with and covering Matt Rhule as he runs the Nebraska football program?
You shouldn't have told me it was a hard question to begin with, because that just kind of freaked me out and has me scratching my head now, like I don't know what to say. But
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is hard, because I felt like I had a pretty good idea of how things were going to go in the offseason. I will say that I'm a little bit surprised that he's been as, I don't know if open's the right word, or if transparent's really the right word, but some version of that.
I know what you mean.
Genuinely wants people to understand what's going on within his program, and that's it's mainly the fans. But in a lot of ways, to do that, you have to play ball with the media. And he comes from programs in college where it's just different, the way that you go about getting that done. I mean, Temple is not Nebraska when it comes to the demands that are placed on a head coach from our perspective, the media's perspective. Baylor is bigger, receives more attention, but it's still not Nebraska, and really not even close to it. When you start to look at how much time he has to spend and what his responsibilities are as a head coach and getting the word out about his program. So, I think that it's surprising a little bit that he's basically followed the same blueprint in talking to us, being available for us, being willing to answer questions that aren't necessarily going to see the light of day, but that help inform us and help us do our jobs to get the word out to the fans about what's going on behind the scenes. A lot of coaches are just leery of that kind of a thing, because they're, especially if they're new and they don't really have relationships established. He's been trusting. He's been open, and really just willing to go wherever the conversation has trended, within reason. I mean, he's not going to sit down and spend an hour a week, just chewing it up. But yeah, it's different for sure for Nebraska, because we've been living and working in a climate of media access that has just kind of gotten smaller and smaller and smaller as far as the availability for us to kind of get a sense of who the coach is and how he operates for a number of coaching regimes now. And here comes Matt Rhule, who's like, you want this? Okay. You want to talk to this staffer? Oh, okay. You want to talk to the strength coach? Yeah, sure. I'll let you talk to him. You want to come to practice? Fine. Yeah, that's great. So it'll be interesting to see as the months and years go on, and what direction the team goes will dictate this somewhat, just how that evolves and if it stays the same as what we've seen of these first 6 months.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, Nebraska today announcing that it believes it has its next chancellor, the replacement for Ronnie Green. He's the former president at Southern Miss, Rodney Bennett. What have you been able to find out about this man so far?
Oh, not a lot. I mean, I've looked up information here this morning when the word came out on Nebraska's website, and I'll be interested to hear what he has to say in these public forums over the next 30 days before his hire is ratified or made official by the Board of Regents. I can't say that I've read a few articles about his time at Southern Miss. Looked over the resume. I think it's a big step for Nebraska to have a minority in the position that he's going to be in. Nebraska has been woefully lacking with its diversity in athletics, and this is not an athletics related position, but it's a high level, highly visible position. So, that's right off the bat, first impression that's good for the university system. It's good for the Lincoln campus. But they're hiring him. Ted Carter made this choice because he's looking for the best candidate.
Mitch, you're no stranger to wading into kind of.
Go ahead, Shafe. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, Mitch, you're no stranger to having to wade into divisive conversations, but were you nervous when you were asked to put out your best burritos in Omaha? Nothing gets people more angry and more mad at you than what they perceive to be an erroneous food opinion. Was there some nerves there as you had to select some top burritos from around the metro?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. I was asked that question in my mailbag. No, I wasn't nervous, or I just would have omitted the question. There's plenty in there that I can't get to all the questions. So I was excited to dive into that one. And I only did it because it did not ask, what are the best burritos in Omaha? It said, what's your choice for the best burritos in Omaha? It's a subtle difference, Chafe, but it made me comfortable in being able to answer the question because I've not eaten all the burritos in Omaha. And I as he told me this morning, I should have just deferred to Dan Hoppin on this and just pasted his best burritos in Omaha article right into my answer. But no, this was me and me only in what I could dig up from my own foggy memory of eating, a fraction of the great burritos in Omaha. And I pulled a few out and there you go. So if you want to know, go look it up in my Sunday mailbag.
What is the PB&J burrito from the Benton area, from Burrito Envy? I've had Burrito Envy, but I don't recall a PB&J burrito on the menu.
With peanut butter and jelly. The J is jalapenos, and I liked it because of the name, and I remembered that you see now you are exposing me as truly not being the food critic that I posed as in this mailbag answer. I don't even know the answer to my own questions. I know the J is jalapenos. I know it's not peanut butter and jelly. I know I like Burrito Envy, and I ordered that, and it was good. But I'd have to get on and look at the menu to see exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
I apologize, Mitch.
If you just Google PB&J burrito, literally there are recipes for a peanut butter and jelly burrito. But
that would not be good. That would not make my top.
It stands for pork, bacon, jalapenos.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. That works for me. What that question and your answer reminded me of is I am sadly woefully behind on my local burrito consumption. Outside of muchachos, I don't have local burritos.
Yeah, I mean, how often do you just go out and get a burrito? Like I can't just go get a burrito like even weekly, or I mean, it's not going to be good. Like I can have a burrito like once a month, maybe. I can go, we could probably squeeze in more than that, but I like to have good pizza. There's plenty of other stuff that I like to eat too that you have to do in moderation. So by the time you get to the burritos, you really have to be a professional eater, I think, to be able to answer that question appropriately in a city like Omaha where there's plenty of offerings. So I just went with a few that I've had that I liked and said, there you go. This is going to be incomplete, but it is what it is.
It's true. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic enjoying a PB&J burrito and working internet. Mitch, have a great Memorial Day week.
Well, thank you. Same to you guys.
You bet.
Good to talk.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us every Monday here on the Grum. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Mitch is right. I mean, there's so many other things going on that, and anymore, I don't even hardly have burritos anymore. Usually just have, all the ingredients in a bowl.
I love burritos.
I do too.
Burrito bowl.
Yeah, I usually just end
You're
up
just
getting
living without those calories and those carbs.
Well, for me, it's mostly avoiding the mess because I'm just using the fork instead of picking it up and eating it. I probably should do more burritos.
Yeah, you should. You can always just do more.
That'll
burritos.
be my half-year resolution.
Okay, I like that.
More burritos.
I am a big fan of burritos because a lot of times you can just take like leftover stuff that you smoked or that you've made, then you throw it with some rice and whatever you got in the fridge. You wrap it up, you throw it in the oven at 350 for like 20 minutes, and you got a burrito. Or the other day, I made like a chili cheese Frito burrito because I had leftover chili from when I had chili dogs. It was wonderful. It was a good use of it. Like I just like burritos because a lot of times I'm just taking leftover food and I'm just throwing it in a tortilla shell, and it works out great for me. You throw some sauce in there, you dip it into some sour cream. You can go to Jack's house and get all the sour cream you need now. It's just I'm a big fan of burritos. I probably have like maybe once every 2 weeks. I probably have a burrito. But
see, I've never folded a burrito before, so if I did it myself,
you can ask Siri, you can ask Google. That can't be a reason for you.
Okay, I've just never
takes a little bit of practice.
I've just never done it. I never thought of it.
And the secret to a good burrito, by the way, after you get it wrapped, put it back in the stovetop for a little bit, either side, if you make your own.
Yeah, because you want to sear it a little bit.
Yeah, sear it.
Yeah.
Well, this weekend we're planning on brisket for Memorial Day. So if we have any leftover, that sounds sounds a little chopped brisket burrito.
You could bring the leftovers over, and I'll wrap the burrito, and we'll make the burrito at my house. You won't even have to deal with the mess, and you'll get to have a brisket burrito.
And you'll get to have a brisket.
Well, yeah, that's the important thing here.
Can I also have a brisket burrito?
I mean,
you can take one to Nick.
Thank you.
He can have a junior brisket burrito.
Junior?
Yeah, you get the small shell. You get the small tortilla. Coming up, I see that the NFL is doing stupid things again. Shocking. I know, it's true. But also, the guy who owned the day at the PGA Championship. What a story this was. It's all coming up. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Schaefer in today for Josh on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
4th place in 1944's Running of the Roses. The horse's name, Shut Up.
Simple, tasteful. So this was also probably a little vulgar. And they probably had a whole segment on 1944 Sports Talk Radio about how they were a horrible example for the kids.
Is society crumbling because the horse's name was Shut Up? This is 1944. We're trying to win a war here, and your horse's name is Shut Up.
I love your 1944 guy.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Beautiful weather this evening, mainly sunny skies, temperatures around 80 degrees, mostly clear later tonight. We'll drop back to about 56 for low. And then mainly sunny and a bit warmer on Tuesday, a high temperature near 84. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a vehicle fire has 2 right lanes blocked on northbound 480 at Leavenworth with traffic stopped back from I-80. Avoid that part of 480. A crash with injuries on southbound 180th at Harrison is also causing delays. We've got a stall blocking the right lane on southbound 108th at Harrison. A stall on eastbound 680 at Dodge has the right lane blocked, and then stop-and-go traffic on the southbound North Freeway between Lake Street and Hamilton Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 1,206 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
You finally figured out how to use your coffee grinder.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
Hey, it's Nick Hanley for my friends at Woodhouse Mazda. The all-new Mazda CX-90 has hit the lots at Woodhouse Mazda and Woodhouse Place Mazda. The first ever Mazda CX-90 is Mazda's flagship 3-row SUV. With available second-row captain's chair or bench seat, you will maximize your space. Get 3.9% APR for 36 months or 4.9% for 60 months on a 2024 Mazda CX-90. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra, when financed with Mazda Financial. $299 doc fee, due at signing. Offer expires 5/31/2023. See dealer for complete details.
Think spring? Think Lanahaw Garden Center. We offer the most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant material for all of your projects. Lanahaw is your one-stop shop for all of your outdoor needs. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
NASCAR is known for fast cars, roaring action, and big bucks. The Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion features all three, especially the bucks. Until May 30th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play or Double Play, enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Weekend. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like tools, instruments, designer handbags, construction equipment, vehicles, trailers, appliances. $10 to $50,000 super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm in a very happy place right now.
On 1620, The Zone.
If you were with us last week on the Grum, we went through some of the scheduling imbalances that are taking place this year in the NFL. Warren Sharp of Sharp Football did this whole deep dive into rest periods and found out, which teams are benefiting and which teams are getting hosed. Well, the NFL is going to make life even more difficult for teams. They have approved Thursday night football flex scheduling for 2023. Now, it will only apply to the last 5 weeks of the season, and the teams have to have at least 28 days notice with a max of 2 per season. So here would be my point. If you're giving them basically 4 weeks of notice, and you can only have 2 per season, what's the point in doing this? I mean, 4 weeks can change a lot. You can identify, that's a game we might want to have. And so you want to flex that game. And then one of the teams goes in the tank or loses a player. Then the game's all of a sudden not that appealing. Why are we going to such lengths to make Thursday night football more attractive? Don't we know that people are going to watch anyway? And don't you want your best games on one of your prime broadcasters? I guess not. But congratulations, NFL. You're just going to make things even more difficult for yourself.
Yeah, I'd have been real sad if they'd have done this a few years ago and they'd have moved the Steelers-Vikings Thursday night game that I went to, and I got to see Flo Rida perform in concert. One of the great moments of my life, watching a Flo Rida concert in the halftime of this Vikings-Steelers game. Imagine if they had taken that away from me. I think the difficult thing here is just having to figure out, because with the flex scheduling thing, if you're trying to buy tickets as a fan that's traveling to anywhere for this, it's just difficult. Because if you think that it's a Thursday night, you've got your hotel and you got everything set up, and no, we're moving that out and it's now Sunday. Like, I don't know. I'm also someone who used to initially thought the Thursday night football thing was dumb, and now it could be the 2 worst teams in the league, and it is on a television every single Thursday. Like, I watch religiously more the Thursday night game than I do the Monday night game, and a lot of that has just been I end up busy or whatever reason, or I have stuff going on Monday nights. But, man, I love the Thursday night football games.
Sometimes – listen, last year with all the
I thought you were going to say they're going to start playing 2 of them, and I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. 2 a week.
The several weeks of train wreck games that we got, and think about it. I mean, as bad as Denver and Indy was, you couldn't take your eyes off of it. It was a train wreck.
It was beautiful.
You had the greatest comeback from a quarterback who wasn't even on the team the week before on a Thursday night when Baker Mayfield rallied to beat the Raiders. You had some great memories on that. And then listening to Al Michaels go off and basically sound like he's totally disinterested, which apparently also carried into the playoff game where he got to watch one of the best comebacks in playoff history. You're right, Shafe. Sometimes we always like to focus and have, oh man, this is the game of the week and it's got to be on Sunday night or it's got to be Sunday afternoon, or whatever the case may be. But sometimes it's those games that you normally would not watch that get shoehorned on a Thursday night that end up being the most talked about of the week because of how bad they were. And listen, it's the NFL. People are going to find you and watch anyway. So you might as well make Thursday night your dumping ground. You don't have to put a prime game on there because people are going to find it and it'll end up being talked about anyway because, hey, it's football.
Yeah, my thing with it is there's going to be some teams that I am never going to watch on a Sunday afternoon because I just have no reason to ever see them. So sometimes that Thursday night game is going to be like the actual opportunity in which I will watch, like a Houston Texans game or a Colts or whoever, who's ever bad at this point in time that isn't in the NFC, because I obviously just end up watching more NFC games. But yeah, it's not going to dramatically affect things. And just like the scheduling, the flex scheduling with the Sunday Night Football, I think they're pretty judicious about when they do it. I think they'll be that way for the Thursday game. But honestly, I don't know that I need a great matchup on Thursday night to get me into it. It's just having the game alone. I'm fired up for that. I do also appreciate they make an effort to get everybody playing at least a Thursday game. So that way you have that opportunity, I suppose.
Well, KD, the resident 49er fan, says, John, I know you'll be very happy when the Niners get a third Thursday game and their net rest days reaches minus 31. Yes, that's probably what's going to happen at some point.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is I don't want a good game flexed into that where they're coming off of a shortened week. And, kind of the reverse of my whole complaint about the people in the weather. Like, I'd rather them have like a good amount of time so they're rested and these teams are strength on strength instead of just being like a really crappy, tired, half-assed Bills-Bengals game, for example. No, I want that like when both teams are flying around playing at a high level because I know I'm getting Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. I don't want that on Thursday night. I want that on Sunday, full rest. Everybody's good to go. So that's kind of where more the complaint with it being flexed in, because a lot of it, they do try to build a little rest in, not everybody, but a little rest in if you do get the Thursday or whatever, or the subsequent week. But yeah, I just don't, I don't need it to be a great matchup for me to be interested on Thursday anyways.
Well, yesterday at the PGA Championship, while Brooks Koepka ended up winning, the guy who stole the show was a 46-year-old PGA instructor by the name of Michael Block. And the highlight of the day yesterday was his hole-in-one where he literally dunked it.
Huh?
He dunked it.
Oh.
This wasn't a bounce twice on the green, roll to the hole. No, he hit it on the fly. He swished it.
At the 15th. The fairy tale story gets better. A hole-in-one for Michael Block.
I didn't go ahead and did it. Straight in the hole. No way. No way. Rory, did it go in?
You said it yesterday that this was the best week of your life. What do you call it now?
Thanks, Amanda. I appreciate you making me cry. It's amazing. I'm living a dream. I'm making sure that I enjoy this moment. I've learned that after my 46 years of life that it's not going to get better than this. There's no way. No chance in hell. So I'm going to enjoy this, and thank you. And I can't thank everybody enough for being so cool to me. And cheers to the 29,000 PGA Tour professionals, PGA professionals in the world. It was for you guys.
We cannot wait to see you next year. No qualifying necessary. That par save locked you into a top 15 finish, which means we'll see you at Valhalla.
Music to my ears, my friend. Music to my ears. Thank you.
Pretty cool moment yesterday. And the highlight we didn't show, he had a great par save where, I mean, it hung on the edge of the cup and then it dropped in. And you just see him bend over and you just see the emotion come over him. But that was pretty cool yesterday. But the best part, and you might have been able to hear it in the highlight because he's playing with Rory McIlroy. He has no idea winning the hole.
Mm-hmm. Rory, did it go in?
Yeah, I mean,
did it go in, Rory?
Crazy. Yeah. And Rory's So this is just a weekend guy. He's a PGA professional playing with Rory McIlroy on the final day on national television in the PGA Championship.
Yeah, he's already been invited with exemptions to 2 other tournaments here in the next month. So maybe he's going to have his own kind of Cinderella story where he can earn enough points that he'll get more of these exemptions, more opportunities to play on the PGA Tour. I mean, at a tournament where some of the best players in the world were absolutely demolished by the course and the conditions. This guy went out and shot 1 over for the tournament and a top 15 finish. I believe it was 1 over for the tournament. I might have that.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
It was tied for top 15. Just absolutely awesome for him. Really cool. I didn't get to see it when it happened. It was one of those things where I saw I saw a tweet or something. And I was like, what did I miss? And then I reading through it, and he's talking about how he had no idea that he made that hole-in-one. And he's like, I'm having to ask Rory, who's giving me this hug. And I'm like, why is this guy hugging me for being 3 feet out?
Well, I had to watch it several times going, where's the ball? What happened to the ball? Because I didn't think, physics, it was possible from that angle, from that distance, to just drop it in the hole and it not bounce out. But you don't even see the ball rattle around. It must have just wedged in there next to the pin and stuck. I mean, he stuck the landing on that.
It has to be an incredible feeling. I mean, first of all, any hole-in-one has to be an incredible feeling. But at that stage, at that time, the significance of all of it, and to just be able to do it in a major, just incredible.
Yeah, truly
smooth as hell.
Really, 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 really awesome. And you're right. I think he's got an exemption to play in this weekend's tournament, and I think one other tournament.
Yeah, the RBC Open, I believe, the Canada Open, basically.
And he'll be at next year's PGA, and no doubt he'll be followed everywhere. New celebrity, a new star is made. Well, when we continue, we've got more to come, including more anonymous coaches, this time high school coaches, talking about recruiting. I wanted to get Shafe's thoughts on these because some interesting things in there about how Big Ten schools like Nebraska are recruiting their schools, their territory. Also, predictions on the upcoming college football television schedule, including one that's going to trigger me. All coming up on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Hi, this is Kathy Knoyer with Knoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Knoyer grown product. Come in and talk with our family of employees who will help you find what you're looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Knoyer Garden Center is located between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Knoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Save big when you shop at Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth during our hail sale. Take advantage of additional discounts on the Ford F-150, Explorer, Edge, and Escape. Now is the time to purchase your next vehicle with Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth. Our knowledgeable and friendly sales staff is ready to assist you in your car buying journey. Find the Ford you've always wanted at a discounted price for a limited time. Shop all our inventory and savings now at WoodhouseFordSouth.com.
It's good to be able to make a change, to never feel stuck. That's why at Cox, we're making a change too. Now Cox Internet plans are flexible, so you can choose to just go with Internet, add TV tomorrow, or home automation down the line. It's easier than ever to get just what you want and nothing you don't. Flexible plans from Cox. Change anytime. No commitments, no penalties. See for yourself at cox.com/internet. Additional services can be added at then current regular rates. All services subject to residential customer service agreement and acceptable use policy. Restrictions apply.
This message is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans, note the upcoming August 10th date to apply for PACT Act benefits. The law expands benefits for veterans exposed to burn pits and toxics while serving. Apply by then, and VA will likely backdate your benefits to the date of the bill signing, August 10th, 2022. Go to va.gov/PACT.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
There's nothing quite like listening to the Kansas City Royals
To the wall. Leaps.
on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
John Bishop, Mike Schaefer back with you here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. John will be back tomorrow. Some scheduling news this afternoon. Just saw this come down about an hour ago. The Gavitt games, which are the Big Ten versus Big East. Apparently, Nebraska is not involved this year, but Creighton is.
The third time out of the last, 6 years, I think. I feel like it's like every other year they're not in it.
And, well, one of the years they counted the Creighton game, even though it was already scheduled.
Yeah.
They counted it as part of it. Don't ask me why. But Creighton will draw Coach Fran and Iowa. They will host Iowa as part of the Gavitt games in November. But some of the other marquee matchups, Xavier's at Purdue. Michigan gets to travel to St. John's. I guarantee you that one will be in Madison Square Garden. Maryland, Villanova.
Who's UConn got?
UConn is not involved. So the defending champs aren't in.
That makes sense, I'm sure.
Yeah.
To somebody somewhere. Yeah.
I don't know who, but yes. Creighton will host Iowa. So as it stands right now, because last year the non-conference schedule at home was a little light in terms of quality. Texas Southern, which was announced today, Iowa, and Alabama are the confirmed Creighton home games in the non-conference.
That what do you think the early total is going to be for that Creighton Iowa game? In the spirit of sports betting being available by the time that game.
Well, yeah, tell me how many Iowa players are eligible, because we don't know. We don't know how many. We don't know how many. How many of them were betting on women's basketball? Yeah, that total in that one could be 160.
I think it's going to be even higher. Like it's giving me the shades of that Gonzaga Creighton game at home, where it felt like both of those teams were going to get real close to 100 points. But you could be talking about like a total of 175, 180.
It could.
They can both score.
And we're still awaiting word on Ryan Kalkbrenner, Trey Alexander. They still have about a week and a half to go before they have to make a decision. on whether or not they are coming back or if they are going to keep their names in the NBA draft. But shifting back to baseball, Shafe, because we do have the Jim Delaney Jamboree of Baseball that's coming up starting tomorrow. Nebraska and Rutgers don't start until Wednesday, so they get to be the oddball first-round game. But one of the things that you always wonder about when it comes to playing at Charles Schwab Field is, well, hard to hit home runs there. And we know that Nebraska just finished up one of its most prodigious home run season in school history. They're at 95 home runs. They broke the school record, and they did so in only 53 games. The previous record was done in north of 60 games. So they've got a chance with a good week to maybe break the triple-digit mark in home runs. But just looking at the numbers, and thanks to Rob Anderson for this, because he is the keeper of the flame. Now, this is just in the Creighton games. Obviously, I haven't played any other games there yet. But this is only the third time in the history of Charles Schwab Field / TD Ameritrade Park that the Creighton season ended with averaging more than one home run hit per game.
Wow.
And I mentioned that because we had the stat last week from friend of the Grum, Kendall Rogers. The average home runs per game combined are over 2.2, which is up about 0.3 from last year, and it's up about 0.9 from 2019. Home runs have been on a dramatic increase across the entire sport of college baseball. Well, this year, in 23 regular season games played at Charles Schwab, there were 25 combined home runs hit. Creighton alone this week hit 5. So as the weather's gotten warmer, the home runs tend to go up. So the reason I mention this is because in tournament games, the Big Ten has basically averaged just a barely over one home run per game in Big Ten tournaments. What I'm saying is this: Nebraska could be in better shape than you would think in terms of how this ballpark is playing and how they are hitting when it comes to the long ball. And for a team that seems to rely a lot on the long ball for its offensive production, this could be a good year. And, of course, we saw Bryce Matthews. He went yard against Creighton 2 weeks ago. That's the only home run Nebraska's hit in the ballpark in the 2 games they've played. But don't just assume that Charles Schwab Field is going to be where home runs go to die, because it's just the third time that we've reached this point where the ballpark has yielded more than one home run per game. It's certainly below the national average, but it's not a home run depot. It's not a place where the home run's not going to be hit. So it could be a good week for Nebraska.
Also, Big Ten pitching is not good this year.
Right.
So I think that will play a part in it, in addition to whatever is happening with the baseball, because something seems to be happening with the baseball. But a lot of it, too, is really just going to be dependent on where that wind is coming from. And, if it's coming in heavy from left field, that could take away some of it. But, John, these Nebraska home runs, or at least the ones that I see, are not like wall scrapers.
No, they're not hitting cheapies.
Like, they're threatening cars up on the interstate. Like, that's what they're doing this year. I mean, they're not really. That'd be amazing. But actually be very dangerous. But, they have hit some absolute tanks this year. And I am one of the loudest people when it comes to that place being the Grand Canyon for baseball. But with this change in the baseball, and with how Nebraska has clearly been hitting it, and with everything from the launch angle revolution to maximizing your exit velocity, I suspect, along with that bad Big Ten pitching, we're going to see some high-scoring games, I think, this week. I
would agree.
The bad pitching and some good offenses. Like, Maryland's capable of putting up runs. Nebraska's capable of putting up runs. We see Michigan and Iowa have had success in this ballpark where they score a bunch. So I look for some runs, throughout the Jim Delaney Invitational. So I think if Nebraska plays 4 games, I don't think it's out of the question they're hitting triple digits. Now, playing 4 games, there's a couple of different ways they can do that. The only way you really want to do it is if that 4th game is a championship game. But I think their offense has to carry them. I mean, I don't think they're going to win a bunch of 3-2 games. I don't think we're going to see those kind of games either.
I mean, Jack kind of joked about it earlier, but Shanneman will have to, he'll be extended at times. You'll see him multiple times this week if Nebraska's playing more than 2 games. But you always have to have that. I mean, when you get to this point in the season, there's always got to be at least one arm, either a starter or out of the bullpen. It's either a starter who gives you, 7-8 innings in his first start, shuts the other team down, and then comes back on short rest and, pitches you, 4 or 5 innings, or it's a relief pitcher like a Shanneman who has the ability to be stretched. I think Luke Perry is going to be important this week for Nebraska. He seemed like, he's found a little for Kyle Perry. What did I say? Luke Perry.
You said Luke Perry, who RIP.
Yeah, RIP. Sorry, Luke Perry. No, Kyle Perry. If Luke Perry comes back, that would be amazing for multiple reasons.
If Luke Perry's a big part of Nebraska's run to the NCAA tournament in baseball, that would be incredible. That would be a story that's on the level of what we just talked about in the PGA Championship.
Yeah, that definitely. But yes, Kyle Perry. I think he's going to be important this week. But you're going to have to find somebody who's going to, be able to extend that outing just a little bit. I'm looking at the forecast for Wednesday when Nebraska would play in the afternoon against Rutgers, light southeast winds. But then starting on Thursday and into Thursday night, winds are going to be out of the southeast with gusts into the 20s. Now, while that doesn't sound great because that would be the wind blowing in, if there's one thing, and I think if memory serves, I thought the wind was blowing in when Matthews hit that tank against Creighton 2 Tuesdays ago. But if there's one thing I have noticed is for some reason, the swirling effect, I sometimes think when the wind is blowing in, it helps the ball down the lines because of the wind, how the wind blows in and then it just kind of bowls around.
Funnels it a little bit.
And funnels it and sends it back out because there was the kid from Xavier, Matt McCormick, so absolutely hit the ball out of the ballpark, got it onto the street. I'm still waiting to see what the damage total is at the Blatt because he had to break something over there, but totally left the yard. Never seen that before in a game. And it was right down the line, right past the scoreboard. So even though the wind forecast doesn't look great, I'll make the prediction right here. If Nebraska's playing at least 3 games, they will get to triple-digit home runs this year. If they play at least 3 games in the tournament, they'll get to 100.
The funny thing is, if they're guaranteed 2, there's a way that they could make that pretty close.
They could probably do it in the second game or late in the first, depending on what happens.
Now that would be a fun first game.
Yes, it would. Also, it breaks some records, but it's definitely doable. But Nebraska will start on Wednesday, and we pointed it out earlier. If they win the first game, happen to lose the second game, which will likely be against Maryland, it's a tough road back because of the short week that they have, and they would be doing it on 20 hours less rest and playing 1 extra game if they had to come back through the losers bracket. But that's the Jim Delaney Jamboree of baseball, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you think Grimm knows who Luke Perry is?
Actor.
Very good.
That's all I got. I don't know anything more about him.
Well, he's dead. He died, sadly.
You couldn't name anything he's in or why he's famous?
I know they used to talk. They've made jokes on Family Guy. I used to say a lot of Luke Perry jokes on Family Guy growing up.
It's amazing. There was a time where Luke Perry was like one of the biggest heartthrobs on television in the early 90s.
Yes. He was on 90210.
Okay.
Yeah.
And more recently would be known as like one of the people in Riverdale, I think is the last thing that he was probably in.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in some rodeo movie too? Didn't he play
8
a rodeo?
seconds.
Yeah, he played.
I'm looking at the
He
IMDb.
played a rodeo cowboy.
Was he in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Why is he credited in that?
He might have been.
Is he a stuntman in that? I'm not trying to think if he's one of the not like doing the stunts for the movie, but like the stuntmen that are getting together.
Maybe.
That's the whole scene with
I thought he had passed away
Bruce
before
Lee
that movie was made, though.
I thought so too.
I don't think that movie was 2019, right?
Yeah, he died on March 4th, and the movie came out.
Oh wow!
Also, this might have been his last acting gig.
It might have been. Huh.
Luke Perry's been gone since 2019.
Yeah.
Wow.
He missed COVID, and he's missing the Jim Delaney Jamboree of baseball. Luke Perry. God, where did that come from? Jeez. I haven't thought about Luke Perry in 20 years.
Well, Kyle Perry got you to Luke Perry, and it's
Yeah.
better than if you would have said Commodore Matthew Perry or something,
Nice.
I don't know how many people were even getting that reference.
Oh, I get that one, Shape. That was good. That was good.
All right, coming up, it's the happy hour and Recruiting Confidential. The Athletic talking to some anonymous high school coaches, some interesting responses when it came to how the Big Ten is recruiting this footprint of the country. And we'll have that and more in the final hour of the Grum with Shafe, with Nick, and without, sadly, Luke Perry.
R.I.P.
On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a vehicle fire has 2 right lanes blocked on northbound 480, and traffic is stopped from Leavenworth all the way to Martha Street. Avoid that area of northbound 480. The crash with injuries on southbound 180th at Harrison, still causing delays. We've got a wreck blocking the right lane on Cass Street at 30th. Stop-and-go traffic on the southbound North Freeway between Ames and Hamilton, and a stall on eastbound 680 at Dodge, also causing delays. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 15 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
Simply put, margaritas are pretty friggin' delicious.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
Think spring? Think Lanahaw Garden Center. We offer the most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant material for all of your projects. Lanahaw is your one-stop shop for all of your outdoor needs. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Did you know the Salvation Army has thrift stores conveniently located around the Omaha metro area, and each one has bargains you won't find anywhere else? Come in today for deals on clothing, accessories, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Stop by, get a great deal, and make a big difference for people in need. For a list of store locations, just go to salarmyomaha.org. That's salarmyomaha.org. Thanks for your support.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
This message is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Survivors of veterans may be eligible for benefits under the PACT Act. The law expands benefits to veterans exposed to toxics and burn pits while serving. Possible benefits include a monthly compensation, a one-time accrued benefits payment, and a survivor's pension. Just go to va.gov/PACT or call 1-800-MyVA411.
Nick Handley here for DJ's Dugout. To thank Omaha for 30 great years, DJ's Dugout is having a huge birthday bash on Sunday, May 28th at Warner Park, and you're invited. Enjoy a free concert featuring Omaha's own Lemon Fresh Day, 5 to 9 p.m. Gates open at 3 p.m. Free admission, free family fun zone, free parking. Clear bag policy enforced. Enjoy Lemon Fresh Day for free at the DJ's Dugout Birthday Bash, May 28th at Warner Park.
You can buy farm fresh food from more than 70 local farmers under one roof at Ellsworth Crossing in Waterloo. All Ellsworth Crossing products are ethically raised, clean, and keto-friendly. Free-range chickens and eggs, pork, beef, bison, fresh produce, milk and dairy, including ice cream and cheese. On Saturday at Ellsworth Crossing, there's a Meet Your Farmer event with live Scottish Highlander cows. Free samples, too. Visit them at Ellsworth Crossing, 26902 West Center Road in Waterloo, and ellsworthcrossing.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 To have a blow throw, it would be nice. To have a blow throw, it would be nice. To have a blow throw from your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. And welcome to the final hour of the Grum on this Monday. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 filling in for Josh. He'll be back tomorrow. Got this communique from the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. I made the mistake of identifying Husker pitcher
That's a quarter, by the way.
Luke Perry.
I hope you know that is.
It is. I thank you. Kyle Perry as Luke Perry, the now late former actor. Neil writes, Luke Perry's son is a professional wrestler named Jungle Boy in AEW.
Really?
Which is a like the USFL of wrestling.
I've never watched any AEW. I know nothing about it.
Yeah.
A friend of mine likes it. They do some interesting things, but I've never gotten into it.
Well, apparently
Nick, are you into the WWE?
It's kinda. I've got a few friends who are into it, so a lot of it is just we're hanging out and they're watching it, or I'll watch it once in a while. I've had enough to get takes. Wow, he looks like him.
Really?
Yeah. Google Jungle Boy. Look up Jungle Boy.
Jungle Boy.
Jack Perry is his name.
Well, it's a good thing it's not Luke Perry Jr. So Jack Perry.
Yep.
Jungle Boy.
You can see it.
Oh, I've got his net worth. $78 million.
Damn.
What? That can't be right. He does kind of look like him.
Yeah.
He does kind of look like him. There you go.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day.
I watch a bit of the WWE, but yeah.
I know that you guys normally talk about what you have on the screens whenever you're there at the studio. Obviously, I'm not there, but Cleveland is about to start with their game against the White Sox. They just had a Browns defensive back throw out the first pitch. I think he hurt himself.
No, really?
He threw a horrible first pitch, and then he's just walking by, and he's kind of like he made some motion to his arm, and I couldn't quite read his lips, and then he's like doing the windmill thing, like when you're trying to shake something out. And I'm gonna laugh so hard. I shouldn't laugh at his misfortune, but it's that would be amazing if during a ceremonial first pitch a football player had hurt himself to the point that it's now then a concern for the NFL organization.
I mean, there's only one team that could possibly ever happen to, and that is the Cleveland.
Well, so the other small piece of this is a player that, they're rumored to apparently be shopping too. So if you can't trade him, that'd be difficult.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to turn that one on.
I don't know if you need to. Cleveland, oh my goodness, they're 20-26. This is terrible. What a terrible year. Also, it's Hunter Gaddis. You don't want to be watching this game. I don't know why I have it on.
Because we're sick. That's why we're sick. And more
it
on
is
that
a disease. It really is.
Yeah, more on that to come in content. But
Normally, when Shafe's on, when he fills in for Josh, usually the conversation at some point will get to driving your car to the absolute barest bones gas tank possible. And as I was driving in today and looking at the needle on my gas tank, I thought, well, Shafe's in. I almost feel like I'm obliged to try to get that needle down as far to the peg as possible before finally relenting to fill up. But then I remember this is Memorial Day week and the gas prices usually go up. So I think I'm going to forego the Mike Schaefer challenge this week just so I can avoid paying an extra 15 cents at the pump.
That's understandable. I still routinely get mine under about 25 miles, but it's been a while since I've had the triple bars up there on the screen. So
triple bars.
Yeah, like I don't get a zero. I've never gotten it.
Dash line, yes. I have actually gotten it down to the point where it doesn't even show you estimated miles to go anymore because it doesn't want to be liable when it's off.
I just don't trust
I feel like the lowest I've ever seen is 4. Like on my own vehicle was at 4 right as I was pulling into the gas station in Eagle to get my fill up before finishing off the drive home. But
yeah, I think the lowest I saw mine get numbers wise was in the 20s, but I have gotten it to the point. I have gotten it to the point where I got the 3 bars, and I think they only do that to maintain some liability so they can't, someone won't sue them because they got stranded in the desert somewhere because they thought, well, it had 40 miles left.
No, I still have never run out of gas. I'll never run out of gas. It's never going to be a thing that's going to happen to me. And people will still tell me that I'm going to ruin my car.
That's going to go on the list. Shafe will never run out of gas.
Never.
I'm putting that on the board.
I've run out of gas with a lawnmower. I've done that before. I got a little overconfident that I had enough left from a previous mow, and I started it before I didn't go get more gas. Like I knew it was cutting it close. And so there's this like portion of my lawn that I just decided not to mow one week, and it was a little higher than the other. But I've done.
I've done that before, but you don't have you don't have a gas gauge on your lawnmower.
Yeah, well, and it's also just kind of like it's not that big of a deal. You don't really want to do it because it's going to be hard on the engine and everything. But it's also, if you run out of gas when you're mowing your lawn, it's going to be fine. If you run out of gas with your car, you might be hooving it for a while. I don't have a gas can in the back of my vehicle, so I'd have to purchase one of those. Like it's just it's a whole thing. So I talk a big game and I draw the number down low, but I've never really felt like I've been in danger here.
It's now on the board. I will never run out of gas in my car. Shafe. This
is never going to happen.
You won't allow it.
Well, it's just, it seems like an impossibility to me because it's one of those things, and I'm sure, well, maybe not everybody's like this, but the moment I start my car, I know what it tells me that I have less for gas. And I know generally the distance of what I'm driving anytime I'm going anywhere.
True.
So it would require like some sort of out-of-body experience where I'm being willfully ignorant to every single time I ever get in the car to then run out of gas.
Yeah, it would have to be a conscious decision unless you have a vehicle that somehow has a broken gas gauge, which I have had before, but I never ran out of gas in that because I always made sure I filled up every 2 days.
I've gotten my car down to the light before because I don't have a fancy car that tells me how much farther I can drive. Not fancy.
Fancy. It's 2023, Nick. Like cars generally come standard equipped with the electronic system.
Wish I could afford one. So I've gotten
what
light on
it.
An 03 Grand Am, Shafe.
Okay.
It just broke 200K this weekend, by the way. We did it.
Mine's closing in on 300K.
Nice.
So
hey, you drive
it's
back.
a daily,
It's a daily back and forth to Omaha.
Approximately how many miles from your house to the studio is it?
I've done the math before, but I always go a different way than what the shortest route is suggested. So it ends up being like 63 miles.
So you're putting roughly 126 miles on your vehicle, assuming no other driving.
Right.
Every day.
Usually it isn't. It's usually just I don't drive my car around town. It's just if I go run errands, it's in the wife's vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's rough. That's a rough estimate.
Well, the good thing is 1620 the zone is getting you a car, I'm sure, for your 10-year anniversary that's already passed.
That's already passed.
Yeah. They're working on a deal on it.
I'll work with my friends at Woodhouse Chevy.
There you go.
So The Athletic this week, in a story that went up this morning, Big Ten Recruiting Confidential. This is another one of the and I know, Shafe, you're a big fan of this as I am, the anonymous coaches. But sometimes you get some interesting, when coaches are allowed to speak freely without being identified, you don't want to put, and in this case, you don't want to put your kids at risk by, putting your name out there, because then maybe a school will say, oh, this guy talked bad about me. Well, I'm not going to recruit his players anymore. Anything like that. But it is interesting, some of the responses they got. Austin Meek, Audrey Snyder with the article, and they interviewed 8 different high school head coaches from 8, or actually it'd be about 6 different states, including one from Nebraska. And they wanted to find out about, Big Ten schools and how they've been recruiting the area.
Is it weird to you at all that as they listed it out, for some reason, one was listed as Detroit instead of Michigan?
Yes. But maybe they wanted to be really specific about a major metro area, whereas, maybe the Ohio coaches are not in Columbus or not in Cincinnati or not in Cleveland.
I'm disappointed that they didn't have like a coach number 9 from the Upper Peninsula so we could see what that vantage point was like,
I wonder how many players, how many major Division I players have come from the UP?
Yeah. No, that seems like a good research project for somebody.
Definitely not for me. But one of the questions asked was, which schools come around here most often? And the coach from Nebraska, and again, it doesn't identify where in Nebraska, just head coach from Nebraska.
I think it's pretty easy to guess who this coach is, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
No. I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, you can message me. I'll be curious to see what you think.
Yeah.
But he mentioned that Nebraska obviously comes around a lot. Iowa comes over, Kansas, Iowa State, Missouri, Michigan State, but also Penn State. And I noticed in all of the answers, Penn State shows up a lot. Penn State and James Franklin show up a lot. Now, in your experience, Shafe, with how Penn State has recruited, been in this part of the country, did that surprise you as much as it did me that Penn State showed up as much on this survey as they did?
No, I think that James Franklin is one of the best organized recruiting coaches, I think, out there in college football. I mean, they've had, what was it, last year they had an absolutely phenomenal class, or maybe it was 2 years ago. They continue to, I think, get better as they learn how they want to recruit. I think they're willing to go to different areas. I don't think it's what it used to be under Joe Paterno, where they just dominated the Chesapeake region and then filled in with some Ohio and Michigan and some upper New York, and that was Penn State football. And they don't do that anymore. I mean, they recruit nationally. They go out to California. They go south to Georgia and to Florida, and they're in the Midwest now, and they're getting into Omaha, into Kansas City, into stuff like that. So I'm really not that surprised. I mean, James Franklin is one of those guys where people either respect him or they think he's trash. And I respect him. I think he's a very good coach. I think he's got a good operation there. And they're thorough. I mean, guys like Caleb Pyfrom and Isaiah McMorris and Davon Hall, they've heard a lot from Penn State in this cycle. So it kind of makes sense to me that it would play out this way.
One of the other questions was on which head coaches do you hear from the most? The Nebraska response was Kirk Ferentz, PJ Fleck. He said Nebraska guys are always here, but this is the 4th head coach since I've been here. Ferentz has been here the most, which, again, not particularly surprising. There was the coach from, where was it? I got to find my guide here because it would have been a lot easier if they just would have said, hey, this is the coach from Detroit versus coach number 8.
I was trying to do the same thing that you're attempting to do right now.
Yeah, coach number 8, who's from Pennsylvania, said that Matt Rule took an hour and a half to talk with one of our guys. That's just how Matt is. Matt's going to sit there and really get to know you and talk about a lot of other things than football. This coach also said Jim Harbaugh is a good guy, but he's kind of awkward, real awkward. There were like 5 people sitting in the room with him and nobody was talking. It was really awkward.
Not a surprise.
Which does not surprise me in the least.
Nope.
There was also a question asked about the assistants. Which assistant coaches have impressed you? And the Nebraska coach answered, LeVar Woods, who's the special teams coach at Iowa. He said, he is my absolute favorite recruiting coach. He's unreal. As people, the Iowa coaches are as wholesome as it comes. They're cut differently than the rest. It doesn't seem like they're businessmen who are out here trying to sell you something. Brian Ferentz is an acquired taste. Of all these coaches that come around here, he'd be the first one to say, let's go bounce to the sports bar and have a beer. Was it this answer that tipped you off onto which coach it might be?
No, LeVar Woods is really popular amongst a lot of high school recruits here in Omaha, and then I would imagine that translates over with the high school coaches as well. It's just the totality of what you're reading and the sort of the colorfulness of the coach kind of just reveals it to me, or at least I think it does. I could be entirely wrong. I've been wrong before once, I think, maybe twice.
No. Maybe it was this colorful response, because one of the questions asked was, if you had a son, which Big Ten
this is great.
coach would you want him to play for? To which the Nebraska head coach, I answered, if I had to pick one, I would pick Iowa. But if he was a quarterback, his ass ain't going to Iowa. So this coach has a very strong opinion of Brian Ferentz being a guy that wants to go out and have a drink with you, but he certainly doesn't want to trust his son to play quarterback for him.
Yeah, well, I think that's fair. I think that's really fair. I'm sure that it's great to go get some mod sticks and drink beer with Brian Ferentz, but I don't want him calling my plays when it comes to a game I'm trying to win.
Another question was asked, is there a program you think is behind in recruiting players from your area? The coach from Maryland, the high school coach from Maryland, said traditionally Nebraska wouldn't come here, but now they're coming around more. That seems to be a recent change. Prior to this, they weren't. And then there was the coach from Detroit that said, as far as programs you think are behind in recruiting players from his area, the Detroit coach said Nebraska. With the change in staff, that's one of the schools I haven't heard from yet. Shave, does it surprise you in all the things we've talked about in terms of territories and places that Matt Rule has gone? And it makes a lot of sense why now Maryland is starting to see Nebraska more, why Pennsylvania is starting to see Nebraska more, because that's basically, home territory for Matt Rule. Has it surprised you that there hasn't been a lot of activity in the Detroit metro area?
No, because that felt like that was very specific to a couple assistant coaches and a couple. I mean, for starters, you had Donovan Raiola up there, trading off of the fact that his brother Dominic was a center for the Detroit Lions for a while. Rick Kaczynski used to like recruiting Michigan quite a bit. So you had connections that were up that way. So you had some different staffs that would kind of use that. They had some high school coaches they developed relationships with that would have these sort of tours that these kids would be on this bus and they would hit like a couple different Big Ten schools, throughout the month of March or whatever. So I'm not real surprised by it because it didn't really ever pay off. I mean, Mike Riley had that run where it looked like they were going to pull a few different kids out of Michigan and they didn't end up with anybody. That was when it was David Reese, the linebacker, and that wide receiver that ended up at Louisville, whose name I can't remember. And I want to say it was Fitch something or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Fitzpatrick, right? Fitzpatrick, yeah. So, I don't really view Michigan as this area where Nebraska is going to have success. And they put some effort into it. But I don't think that this staff it's just not, they're going to the Northeast. They're going to Texas. They want as many kids as they can get in the states surrounding Nebraska that they think can play here. They're going to spot recruit in California and Arizona, and they're going to spend some time in Florida. And then the Chesapeake region, because Barthel just has connections there. I mean, he's the one that was out there in Maryland We'll see if they get into the Carolinas. I mean, some of these states, like, it sounds great. Like, okay, yeah, we want to go in, we want to build here. You have to decide if you're wasting your time or not, because you have a finite amount of time on the road. And if you want to go hang out in Virginia and Maryland and the Carolinas, you got to start pulling some kids every year. It doesn't make sense to do it. And we'll see, if they have to reallocate where they want to spend that time in year 2 and 3. But right now, they've got coaches in those places.
There were 2 different questions. And again, this was from a story. They polled 8 different anonymous high school coaches from the Big Ten footprint on Big Ten teams and how they recruit. And there were 2 different questions asked about NIL. And the thing that kind of stood out to me, Shafe, was Nebraska never was mentioned in any of the responses. As much as we've talked about Nebraska and NIL and having, a really buttoned down organization, but there was a question about which Big Ten programs have been most aggressive in promoting NIL. There were a couple of coaches that thought Michigan State had been kind of aggressive promoting, but for the most part, Big Ten schools, or at least their coaches, haven't really done a lot of that. Did that surprise you?
No, because think about who's talking here. The high school coaches, and you even had a couple of them say they don't get involved in it. They don't want to be involved in it. Like,
right.
The high school coaches, in some instances, I've heard of being around or in talks of the NIL conversation, but that's usually if there's not like a dad in the picture, or if the high school coach is the dad. And that's the one I'm thinking of very specifically. And I got to be honest, Sean, I don't talk with these kids about NIL stuff because I'm not interested in covering that. If they bring it up to me, great. But I'm not sitting there talking to Gatlin Bear during his Nebraska visit how his 1890 presentation went. Because frankly, I don't care. Like, it's kind of irrelevant to me. And it's hard to get the honest truth about what's being said and the accuracy of these numbers. And then I don't want to report something that I can't even really verify as true. So I just stay away from it. So I understand why high school coaches both would answer this in kind of an apprehensive manner, but also aren't really in the room. And it makes it difficult because it becomes this giant game of telephone. Like pick a sport, pick an athlete, like we all hear numbers, but those numbers generally represent a total package. They don't represent straight money. Like it's just hard to get a real grasp on what's what. I mean, it's funny in a way. It is murkier now with NIL than, when we used to get the conversations about what Tennessee's backup players were getting relative to their starters. So, I mean, it's just it's funny how that works, but there's like this kind of cover to what's happening with NIL, and I have not tried to poke my head through and get in that world. I don't want to be in it.
Well, a lot of it too, Shafe, is it's
a free-flowing conversation as well.
It is, and it's also that, the schools would love it if other people thought something that was wrong was the truth, right? Where these guys are offering this much, and it ends up being something completely different. There's still this cloak and dagger that exists because unlike a pro sports contract where you actually see the dollars and cents and you hear from the agents and they're telling you exactly what's going on, versus this where it's all very ambiguous and can be used to your advantage when it comes to, trying to either promote the fact that, hey, this school is giving out a lot of money and all of a sudden kids are more interested, or this school is not doing as much and they're kind of laying in the weeds. And so there's that element to it. But then there's also the fact that from the kids' perspective, they don't necessarily, I mean, if I'm offered $50,000, but I tell my school that's recruiting me, yeah, this school is giving me $100,000. I want them to think that the money's higher so that they'll have to offer me more. And because there's no paper trail here, there's nothing that can be proved, there's nothing that has to be revealed. It's all underneath the table, and you're left to kind of guess. as to what's going on. So I completely get why, a lot of these coaches are staying out of it. But then also, from your standpoint and what you were talking about, there's no point for a kid to tell you what he's being offered because he knows, hey, my next school might think they know what I'm getting, but only I know, and knowledge is power.
But I also don't think these kids know exactly what it is either. As
True.
Some of what your NIL conversation is just simply, hey, these are, if you're an offensive lineman that's showing up at Nebraska for a visit, I don't know that it's a sit down, this is exactly what you're going to get. It could be more of a, here's how things have worked here. These are some examples of players that have made money and how they've done it and the deals that we've worked with them. I'm sure if they're having conversations with 1890, they're probably talking about this is the sort of thing, you'll do some interviews here, you'll be at a car show here, this kind of thing. But I don't know that you're sitting down and you're talking nuts and bolts on all of this because you're still sort of going through the recruiting process on top of everything else. And so unless there's just a school out there, and there's allegedly a few, where they have just these tailored specific plans for when a kid shows up that you're going to get this amount as a freshman and this amount as a sophomore. And then this is, if you're a starter. I just don't think there's a lot of that. I think it's a lot more kind of open-ended because you're still sort of finding your way through all of it. So then you think about it from that kid's perspective. What's he going to turn around and tell his high school coach that high school coach is going to have for concrete information when he's asked about it for these kind of questions? So it's just, as we've said, it's just such an ambiguous thing. And I think part of it, because there's a lot of people like me that aren't super excited about the prospect of peeking under Pandora's box lid and seeing what's going on, because I'd rather not know. I'd rather be ignorant. I'm just being honest.
Well, there's a lot of, it's like with everything else, you don't want to know how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
You don't want to know everything about it.
I don't like the conversations. I don't care about NIL in the sense that it's just, all I want is the football to be played on Saturdays or Thursdays or Fridays because of the Big Ten.
Or flexed into Thursday. Oh, wait, different sport.
in the fall. I just, we have these conversations in the spring and the summer. And then when we get to the actual games, you never really have to hear about the NIL. And that's what's great. And so it's always the offseason conversation with the portal and everything else. And I just try to get through it. Honestly, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with it.
Well, coming up next, predictions on, we haven't heard any Nebraska kickoff times yet, but we have predictions on at least a couple.
Ooh.
And we have our next benchmark in the wait for Nebraska football. We got our email that we always get in the month of May.
Oh, no.
On Nebraska football. But a quick reminder that Woodhouse Chevy is growing and now introducing the newest legacy location, Woodhouse Chevy Omaha at 112th and Dodge, along with Woodhouse Chevy in Missouri Valley. Two great locations here in the metro to help you find new roads to a 2023 Chevy Silverado. Right now, get 3.9% APR for 60 months on all in-stock 2023 Silverado 1500s when you finance with GM Financial. Literally dozens of Silverados, all with the features, styles, and colors you want. And now with Woodhouse Chevy at 112th and Dodge, two locations to serve you. At Woodhouse, we're going to take the pressure out of car buying with their knowledgeable, friendly staff so that you can find the Silverado that doesn't meet but exceeds your expectations. Check out their entire inventory right now. Just visit woodhouse.com. And while you're there, you can schedule a test drive, value your trade, and do a whole lot more. Find your next new Chevy Silverado at Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley, and now 112th and Dodge in Omaha. With approved credit, see dealer for details. Expires 5/31/23.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Here's what you need to know. You can make fun of us all you want, but we have a certain mindset that of the 1.9 million people that live in this state and that support their respective schools, we love our sports here and we support our sports and we go to events. And it doesn't matter, again, if you're winning or losing, it seems, we will go and support it. That's what we do here. We like sports.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Beautiful weather this evening, mainly sunny skies, temperatures around 80 degrees, mostly clear later tonight. We'll drop back to about 56 for a low. And then mainly sunny and a bit warmer on Tuesday, a high temperature near 84. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like Estall still has the right lane blocked on westbound I-80 at 50th with stopping your traffic back from 42nd. Estall also has the right shoulder blocked on northbound 480 at Leavenworth with slow movement to Martha Street, and then delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th, on southbound 480 between Harney and Martha, and on the southbound North Freeway between Lake Street and 480. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Honk if you love trucks and bucks. The Nebraska Lottery's most popular scratch ticket is back, and you could get one of 8 beautiful new trucks. Visit any Nebraska Lottery retailer and play today. Top prize odds, 1 in 336,000.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Save big when you shop at Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth during our hail sale. Take advantage of additional discounts on the Ford F-150, Explorer, Edge, and Escape. Now is the time to purchase your next vehicle with Woodhouse Ford in Plattsmouth. Our knowledgeable and friendly sales staff is ready to assist you in your car buying journey. Find the Ford you've always wanted at a discounted price for a limited time. Shop all our inventory and savings now at WoodhouseFordSouth.com.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C. 3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, this is Sunny.
And this is Darwin with DJ's Dugout. We are proud to support the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Project being built in Papillion.
Memorial tiles honoring those who served in the Vietnam War will be on display. If you have a loved one from Nebraska who served in the Vietnam War, visit nvvmf.org for information to support the Memorial Tile Project. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peters.
I'm covering for you.
Hey, I'm good.
I'm wiping your ass.
Stop wiping my butt.
On 1620 The Zone.
There are many official marker points, like benchmarks that we reach as we count down to the start of football season, which of course is trying to kill my summer before it even starts. Obviously the spring game and, date that the kids arrive in school, things like that. But there are also those little unofficial benchmarks. Well, we got the first one today. Been waiting for it because it usually happens in May. The first Husker football ticket email of the offseason.
Yay.
Of course, this is the 100th year of Memorial Stadium, and they are now offering a mini plan.
Oh?
A mini plan. $100 to celebrate 100 years of football at Memorial Stadium. It includes a ticket to non-conference games against Northern Illinois and Louisiana Tech, plus your choice of one of 5 Big Ten home games, which includes the Michigan game on September 30th. Of course, seating locations are going to be in the north and south end zones, and they are while supplies last. But there you go, Shafe. We've reached another benchmark. We got the traditional May email, though no count this time about how many season tickets are left in Memorial Stadium.
All right. Yeah, when you said that, I had to think about it, and I just realized I saw that email. The fascinating thing is normally when they do that, it's just like a couple sort of throwaway games. Like the Michigan game is in there.
Yeah.
We might be perilously close to the end of the sellout streak.
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it. You mean after all the efforts to artificially resuscitate that thing last year, now in the first year of Matt Rule is going to be the year where they actually let it die?
Those raised rates in East Stadium, I think, have pushed more than a few people out as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it all goes. It just doesn't. The early signs this summer seemed the most perilous, from what we've seen going into the season.
That just means that more kids in the red carpet experience are going to get a chance to see a game this year.
Which is great, and I appreciate it. I just don't think we need to continue to call it a sellout streak.
Well, everyone knows my opinion on that as well. The folks at The Athletic have predicted the first 3 weeks of the season for television times.
Been an athletic heavy show. We had Mitch Sherman on here talking burritos. We talked Coaching Confidential from The Athletic. Are they quietly becoming a sponsor of this show?
I think so. We need the free. We need the comps.
Is Stuart Mandel hanging out in the green room?
No, probably not. I don't see him anymore. I think the guys next hour are hanging out in the green room. But one of the games that Josh and I have argued about back and forth for the last several weeks, the boys over at The Athletic, which does include Stuart Mandel, have predicted Nebraska, Colorado for big noon kickoff, which means 10 o'clock local Boulder time. Now, normally I'm with you, Shafe. I love the 11 a.m. kicks. They're great. But I don't think anything should be kicking off at 10 o'clock local time. That's just me.
Yeah. So here's the complete selfish reason that I don't want it later in the day. Like, I don't have anything to do there. I'm just going to be sitting around in my hotel room all day waiting for Nebraska, Colorado. Like, I'd rather have that game be, right away. Get it started, get it done, and then I can watch college football the rest of the day.
Well, that's what some people believe, and I believe that too when I'm at home. Now, it's different if we're going to be going this year. Josh is teasing a 6 a.m. pregame show, to which I would say good luck with that. I can get up that early. I don't want to work that early.
You used to do a morning show.
I used to. That's why I know. That's why it's now used to. Way too early for me to be working.
See, you could have an event. It could be called Breakfast with Bishop and Juice with Josh. It'll be great.
Oh, it'll be fun. Just a blast. In all seriousness, no. This is the best thing that Nebraska could have for this game. Because if this game were at night, I don't even want to imagine what the atmosphere would be like in that stadium. And I know it's Colorado. Nebraska will still find people to, fill at least 40% of the seats. But with this being Coach Prime first game, the excitement that's there, and knowing the history of how Nebraska's kind of been treated in Boulder at times when they weren't taking over the entire stadium, this is the best news you could have asked for if you're Matt Rule. If they play this game earlier, great.
Did they put a prediction on how they feel like the game's going to go?
No, they don't. But I will say this: the line is still sitting at, I believe, 7-8 points on the FanDuel Sportsbook. It might be worth, actually putting some money on that one.
Could you do a now? This is probably more of a Josh question than a you question, but maybe you're a man about the world. Could you do a future teaser where you teased the Minnesota line up to like 14, if that's still at 8, which I think it was at one point in time. So Nebraska at plus 14 against Minnesota, and then you bring this Colorado line down to 2. So they only have to win by a field goal. So you have 2 touchdowns of which you sort of get with at Minnesota, and then you just got to win by a field goal in Boulder. Could this be a bet? Like, is this something that someone could go and do right now?
Not according to our friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. The additional wagers aren't available yet. But I wonder if there is a place out there that would allow. I'm guessing no, only because we're still 4 months out.
I just feel like futures lines and teasers seems like that's probably a difficult area to.
I mean, future lines in and of itself is difficult, especially not knowing who's going to be doing what, when, where, and why. But that hasn't stopped them from putting out these lines. Yeah,
or how.
Hasn't stopped the people from betting on them either.
That's true. The Minnesota line is still at -7.5 for Minnesota.
So 13.5. That'd be a good number.
And Nebraska's at now -8.5.
So 2.5. Yeah, look at that. Almost 2 touchdowns of points in your favor, and then just needing to win by a field goal in Boulder.
I don't mind that. I don't mind
your
that.
2023 2-step right there.
And once we get the official kickoff time, that Nebraska line is going to soar. By the way, I did not realize this. According to The Athletic, the Nebraska-Minnesota game they believe will be on Big Fox. I didn't think Big Fox was doing the game on. I thought they were relegating that to FS. I didn't think Big Fox was doing a Thursday night opener this year.
Didn't Big Fox do Ohio State and Minnesota a few years ago?
It did, but I thought that was because it was Ohio State. I didn't know if Nebraska.
You didn't think it was because it's Minnesota?
No. I think, Ryan Day, the very secure in his job, not on the hot seat in any ways, head coach at Ohio State, probably had more to do with that than Minnesota. But hey, Matt Rule's debut is going to be on network TV. Good for him. Good for him. As a touchdown underdog, or if Shafe gets his teaser, a 13.5 point underdog.
Yeah, look at that.
In Minneapolis.
Let's make some folks some money.
Coming up next, we're going to have some content. Inside of said content, Michigan with another problematic hire. And Shafe and I have to talk about both our teams.
Both of them?
Yeah. Our football team and our baseball team.
Oh,
no.
Yeah. Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away,
Connecting to remote operating room.
giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
It's all too obvious. We're being let down by the institutions we used to trust. American families are talking about a future of food shortages, banks failing, society breaking down, and what seems like the setup for the apocalypse. But instead of throwing up their hands, folks are leaning into self-reliance, investing in emergency food storage now more than ever. And My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, has made it easier than ever for you to have peace of mind knowing you're prepared. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and stock up on their best-selling 3-month emergency food kit. You get tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on 3-month emergency food kits at mypatriotsupply.com. It's time to prepare for what we all know is coming. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now. mypatriotsupply.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
Come shop Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. Refresh your home for the summer for less. When you buy one, get one 50% off on select interior and exterior paints and exterior stains via Lowe's gift card rebate. And get ready for fun gatherings by saving $100 on the Style Selections Pelham Bay 5-piece dining set. Now just $124. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 5/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Shafe's Guardians haven't scored yet, but are threatening in the second.
Not anymore.
Oh, double steal. And, not good.
Baseball.
Nick, what do we have in content?
Of course, golf wanted to highlight Michael Block's big day because it overshadowed the fact that a live, laugh, love golfer won the PGA.
Way to go, Liv.
Bryson DeChambeau, longtime rival of winner Brooks Koepka, said Sunday, "It validates everything we've said from the beginning, that we're competing at the highest level and we have the ability to win major championships. I really hope people can see the light now that we're trying to provide the game of golf with something new and fresh." Yes, Jim Nance isn't so snarky now, is he?
You know, this is where, and first of all, congratulations, Brooks, for accepting that PGA blood money. But the fact that the Saudis have been able to bring together Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau, we thought this would be the war that would never end, and it's brought them together. The peacemakers, Mike Schaefer. Live golf, making peace in the golf world.
My favorite thing is that quote reads like Bryson DeChambeau is Kentucky congratulating the Georgia Brooks Koepka on doing the work for the SEC and claiming it as their own. Yeah. Brooks Koepka was a world-class golfer before he went and started playing 54-hole tournaments over in, Live Land. So, I'm sorry, Bryson. I don't know that his 1 year, not even a full year of being on the Live Tour, is what propelled him to winning the tournament in the PGA Championship. I think it was maybe the same things that allowed him to run away with, 2 U.S. Opens and a previous PGA Championship. So take your conference cheering and go down the road.
Conference cheering. I was listening yesterday. I did not hear anyone chanting L-I-V, L-I-V, L-I-V. It just means more.
Just 3 days after he was hired for their football recruiting department, Michigan had to fire Glenn Schembeckler for some problematic Twitter behavior. Ol Shimmy apologized for his Twitter behavior, which suggested slavery and Jim Crow laws had a positive impact on strengthening black families. How the hell did this get past the Michigan folks in the
Is this
screening
like related to isn't there a former coach with that name?
Yes. His name was also Glenn Schembeckler, but his friends called him Bo.
Was he also problematic about Jim Crow laws?
If he was, he didn't have Twitter when he was alive to tweet about them. And my guess is he wouldn't have anyway. That would be my guess. But yeah, this is crazy that, and obviously we know it's Jim Harbaugh, big fan of the Schembecklers. That was his former coach. But how did this get past the screeners?
There wasn't a screening.
Apparently. Oh, are you saying there was nepotism involved here?
I don't even know that it's nepotism. I mean, I highly I don't know that Nebraska is going through years and years worth of tweets when they're hiring these recruiting people because they're hoping that, you don't have, because it's 2023. Like, what is this? I don't know.
Well, that's another interesting hire there for old.
I mean, good on Michigan, I guess, for firing him, which is more than they were willing to do when their head coaches punch people during post-game handshakes. It's more than they're willing to do when their players get in trouble ahead of conference championship games, and they're able to just play in those despite some really disgusting behavior going on there. Michigan, nice of you to have some accountability at some point in your program.
On his recent podcast, retired Steeler quarterback Ben Roethlisberger told guest Kenny Pickett, I probably shouldn't say this, but who cares at this point? I wouldn't say that I wanted Kenny to necessarily fail, but when someone comes to replace you, I still feel like I had it. I hope he doesn't come ball out. Because then it's like, Ben who? Should Big Mid Ben have kept that to himself, or do you appreciate his honesty?
I actually appreciate the honesty.
I think it's the most natural thing in the world. I really do.
When a guy's coming in, when he's specifically drafted in the first round, he's not coming to be your backup. He's coming to be your replacement. Well, and the fact that he actually had the ability to say this to him to his face on his podcast, as problematic as some of Big Ben's behavior may have been in the past, I tip my cap to him here. He admitted it to the man's face.
Yeah, I none of this is a surprise. I mean, I don't think that Tom Brady. Apparently Tom Brady was threatened by Jimmy Garoppolo when they were both in New England. So, I mean, this isn't like the first time we've heard about quarterbacks being that way. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers had an atrocious relationship. I'm sure Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love didn't have a good relationship. And I'm sure that Aaron Rodgers wouldn't want Jordan Love to come out and play well, just like I don't want Jordan Love to come out and play well for the Green Bay Packers. So I'm not surprised by this in the slightest. And like John said, I mean, disgusting tip of the hat to Ben Roethlisberger for this.
Fellas, we're almost to Memorial Day, a benchmark of sorts to the Major League season. Both your teams play in bad divisions. How does the summer forecast look in Chicago and Cleveland?
Shave, does it look as bleak in Cleveland as it does in Chicago on the north side?
I mean, right now they're clinging to a one-run lead in which they needed a wild pitch to score because no one was going to come through with a hit with a runner in scoring position, of which this year I think they're hitting a solid 143. So that's always a good way. They have less runs overall than the Oakland A's, whose owners don't even want them to finish out the year in Oakland, but they kind of have to, so they will. So that's how bad Cleveland is. And yet I still cling to this hope that every year post-Memorial Day, no teams tend to do better than that coached by one Terry Francona. And Cleveland is just full of people that tend to play better in the summer than they do in the spring. And I will give hope that the Twins will yet again collapse because they're not very good. So I will not abandon hope, but I don't feel good. I don't enjoy having to hate my team for the first 3 months of the season, only to then get fired up about them and then be crushed in October. Why not just let me be excited all year round? Why can't I have that, John Bishop?
Well, here's my question. Why can't I just enjoy St. Louis Cardinal baseball being bad?
I'm enjoying it.
Well, they've turned it around, by the way. Ever since they've played the Cubs, they've gone 8-2. They're now tied with the Cubs for third place, and they're only 5 games back in the putrid NL.
What is their record right now?
21-27.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about it. I also have a Guardians will win more games than the Cardinals bet in 2023. So this is germane and important to me. So we need the Cardinals to keep dropping games.
Well, sadly, the devil worshipers are going to be back in first place here. By July 4th, St. Louis will be in first place.
Can we you want to put a lunch bet on this?
Let's do it. Lunch bet. I got St. Louis in first place by July 4th.
Okay. I will certainly take the opposite of that.
Lunch bet it is.
I know it's different, but at
and
least
we'll have burritos.
Nice. I know it's different, but at least neither of your teams are the Rockies.
Well, Cleveland lost 2 out of 3 to the Rockies, so.
Yeah, but the Rockies are still 19-28.
Cleveland's 20-26, and the Cubs are 21-27. So I don't know if you've been listening, Grim, but you're 2 games behind the Cubs here. So it's not like you got you don't just get a claim that your team is that much worse than anyone else here.
The only thing you get to claim, well, first of all, you just picked them out of the blue. You could have picked anybody. You know, I was just, I'm sure Shafe's the same. We were just ignorant kids when we picked our teams and had no idea that they were going to be perpetually cursed. You knew that the Rockies suck. You were an adult. You're a grown man. You could have picked the Yankees. You could have picked the Dodgers, but you picked the Rockies.
I have respect for it.
It felt right.
I have respect for it.
Thank you, Shafe. Speaking of your teams, ESPN's Football Power Index has the Vikings 15th, 4 spots behind the Lions. The Rams are 23rd, 8 spots ahead of the Cardinals. Does that look about right?
Shafe, how are you feeling about now Detroit being everyone's
love it.
pick?
They're the new Chargers. People cannot wait. They cannot wait to throw all of their belief behind Dan Campbell and Jared Goff. How have we been on the planet for this long and people are telling you to watch out for Dan Campbell and Jared Goff? Oh, they finished the year really well last year. Did you see those wins they had? It doesn't matter. They're the Lions. They'll screw this up. Their wide receivers already suspended for 7 games. They drafted a running back after signing David Montgomery to a bunch of guaranteed money. They had a horrible draft, according to every analyst, which probably means they're going to do okay with it. But they're the Lions. I'm not that concerned. They'll screw this up.
And they're playing on opening night Thursday.
Yeah, I hope they win that game just because it's going to give everyone's just going to get all the way behind it. And then in mid-October, they're going to lose 34-0 again to the New England Patriots and Mac Jones. And we're going to call this one of the best teams in football. Get the hell out of here with the offseason hype. Every year it's the same thing with the Chargers. You got to watch out for them. Didn't matter if it's Phil Rivers. Doesn't matter now that it's Justin Herbert. They've had good quarterback play. Some organizations are just cursed. And that is the Lions, and that is the Chargers. And we don't have to worry about them in January. They will find their way out. They will make their own dramatic exit, and we'll laugh about it. But there will be idiots that want to go all the way in on it, and we will let them be the idiots that they are.
By the way, the Chargers are 7th in the ESPN FPI.
Of course they are.
Yeah. Right
they
behind
couldn't possibly blow a lead to the Jags.
No.
I
just want the Chargers in the playoffs just for the entertainment value of them not being able to win the game, knowing that, hey, I know they're not going to win this game.
Both of these the Lions are a potential playoff team. The Chargers are a potential playoff team, but they're not. Like the gap between those teams and the good teams in the NFL still remains quite large.
Oh, it's a chasm. It's a massive, massive chasm. Coming up, it is the bet of the day. Oh, the magic coin is in a huge slump right now and is going to try to pull out of it with basketball.
Oh.
And I may have to weight this coin because I know which way I want the coin to land. Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Live From the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's time to find a career that's right for you. Metropolitan Community College can help you find a new path forward on your time. Whether you need a degree that puts you on a path to a new career or need to finish a degree you've already started, MCC makes it affordable and convenient with a flexible class schedule, online or on campus. It's your time to path forward. Let MCC show you the way. Apply today at mccneb.edu/adults.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
The best part of your summer night is listening to Royals baseball on 1620 The Zone.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
God dang it, that makes me happy.
On 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right. Josh lost because he bet the Celtics. The Magic Coin bet the Delhi Capitals in cricket, and they got beat by 70.
Ooh, wow.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
It's a big number.
Well, it is, but I'm not sure in how they score the whole cricket. And Nick picked the Astros to beat the A's. So he obviously won. Shafe, where are you going tonight?
You know, I was looking at this and trying to decide what I was going to do. And I considered a few different things, including 3+ dunks in the first 3 minutes of the basketball game between the Lakers and Nuggets at plus 1,700. But instead, We're going to go. Both teams are going to score in the first minute of tonight's action at plus 132. Both the Nuggets and Lakers will score in the first minute plus 132.
Nice.
And that you can find that on the FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code 1620. Nick?
Just give me the Nuggets on the money line, plus 142.
Nuggets money line plus 142. Well, we're all going, I say the magic coin is also picking the basketball game. Heads, Nuggets. Tails, Lakers. Please be heads, please be heads, please be heads. Heads it is! Woo! Nuggets plus, they're still getting points, plus 3.5 tonight against the Lakers. Shafe, appreciate you coming in today. Always fun to be with you.
Yeah, outside of that first hour, and you said you didn't notice it as much on your end. This worked out pretty well. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me today.
No problem.
Thank you, Shafe.
Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen, filling in for Josh, who will be back tomorrow right here on the Grum. For Shafe, for that guy named Grim, I'm John. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
1620, The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, a wreck has the right shoulder blocked on westbound I-80 between L Street and Q Street. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back from 680. Otherwise, slow traffic on westbound I-80 between 60th and 96th, on eastbound I-80 between 96th and 72nd, delays on southbound 680 between Pacific and Center, and on southbound 480 between Harney and Marshall.